Chapter 408. Han Shuo didn't express any opinion on the latter part of the conversation between Lawrence and the others. He was only pondering about the influence that lunatic Forenza would have on him after arriving at Austin City. According to what Han Shuo had promised Fanny, he understood that since Forenza had arrived at Austin City, he and Forenza would definitely meet very soon. Now that Han Shuo already had two women, Phoebe and Emily, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. Once Fanny came to know of this matter, it was unknown what kind of reaction she would have. Phoebe was the same. She had just walked out of Emily's matter, and from the looks of it, her anger had yet to dissipate. If Fanny were to be added into the mix, it would be impossible for her to not reveal the truth. Unfortunately, at this stage, there was no way to conceal it no matter how one looked at it. Brian! Lawrence suddenly shouted twice. Han Shuo was abruptly roused. He looked at Lawrence in astonishment and asked, What? What do you think we should do next? Charles is our primary opponent. Do you have any good ideas? Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes, seeking Han Shuo's opinion. Han Shuo was currently in a state of confusion, and didn't seriously listen to the discussion of Lawrence and the others. He shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas. Hearing Han Shuo's words and seeing Han Shuo's somewhat worried expression, Lawrence understood that Han Shuo might have some thoughts in his heart. He nodded and didn't continue asking. Instead, he continued to discuss matters with those nobles who were inclined towards him. Not long after, the group finished discussing matters. Those nobles left Lawrence in succession, including Emily and old Han, leaving only Phoebe, Lawrence and Han Shuo. Brian, many thanks for introducing Mr. Crowley to me, allowing me to have such a powerful Grand Magus by my side. After those people left, Lawrence very sincerely thanked Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said, That Crowley defected to you? Yes, Mr. Crowley said that he only decided to come to my side after your persuasion. Lawrence smiled as he explained to Han Shuo. All right, Lawrence, I have some things to discuss with Phoebe, so I'll be leaving first. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Lawrence, All right, you guys can leave first. Lawrence smiled and stood up to send them off. Phoebe pouted as if she was still angry at Han Shuo. She returned to her carriage under Lawrence's escort. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, but then thought that most people knew about his relationship with Phoebe, so he immediately went in as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, it was likely that he could no longer conceal his relationship with the three girls. Han Shuo seriously pondered for a moment and decided that he might as well let go and tell the three girls everything. Emily was the only one among the three who wouldn't fuss too much about it. In addition, Emily was in the dark mantle and vaguely knew something, so Han Shuo wasn't worried about her. Only Phoebe and Fanny were the two biggest problems. He couldn't conceal it even if he wanted to. If they discovered it themselves, the situation would be even worse. At this point, Han Shuo really didn't have any good ideas and could only go all out and tell them the truth. In the elegant carriage, Han Shuo's face was deep and silent. Phoebe's anger towards Han Shuo hadn't subsided yet. She also pouted and didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little stiff for a moment. After a while, Han Shuo took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Phoebe. He said in a low voice, Phoebe, apart from you and Emily, I have another woman. Phoebe's eyebrows twitched, her eyes overflowing with the light of disbelief. Her delicate body trembled slightly, showing signs of rage. She clenched her teeth and stared at Han Shuo, saying in a sharp voice, What did you say? Apart from you and Emily, I have another woman. Her name is Fanny, my former teacher. She is also the woman I liked the first. Han Shuo's voice was low and he sighed after saying this. What do you mean? What are you trying to say by telling me all this? Phoebe's anger couldn't be contained. Emily was already difficult for her to accept. Now that Han Shuo suddenly said that he had another woman, Phoebe's mind was buzzing and her heart was aching. She is a teacher in my academy. From the beginning, she took good care of me. Han Shuo said in a low voice about his relationship with Fanny. He then sighed and looked at Phoebe saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. That's because I didn't want you to be sad. That's all. I'm telling you so much not because I want you to forgive me, but because I'm telling you the truth. I'm really a bad person like you said, and a very bad one at that. Go. I don't want to see you again. Phoebe's tears flowed uncontrollably as she screamed shrilly. Han Shua looked at Phoebe, who had lost control of her emotions, and suddenly felt a strong sourness in his heart. Han Shua knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he only nodded at Phoebe and flew out of the carriage. Phoebe was a headstrong person. Han Shua had long since understood that such an independent woman wouldn't easily forgive his lies. Perhaps it was because Phoebe had deep feelings for him that she felt so hurt when she heard Han Shua's words today. Suddenly, Han Shua understood that the sadness of the woman he loved so dearly was no less painful to him than what Phoebe was feeling. Han Shua also felt an extreme pain in his heart. With the intense pain in his heart, Han Shua headed towards the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. When Han Shua arrived at Phoebe's laboratory in the necromancy major, he had just finished his lunch. Fanny's vanity had been greatly satisfied after Han Shua's arrival a few days ago, and she had been in a good mood for the past few days. When she pushed open the door to the laboratory, intending to rest for a while, she suddenly saw Han Shua sitting on a chair in the room. Han Shua was currently in a trance and his face was a bit pale. He sat there with a gloomy face and didn't say a word, as if he had something weighing thousands of kilograms on his mind. With just a glance, Fanny suddenly discovered that Han Shua was completely different from before. In the past, Han Shua had always been full of fighting spirit, or had a cheeky smile on his face, and had never been serious. He had never been as absent-minded as he was today. "Brian, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Fanny was a bit flustered and rushed to Han Shua's side, raising her hand to touch Han Shua's forehead. Hearing Fanny's voice, Han Shua woke up with a start. Looking at Fanny, who was full of worry for him, Han Shua's heart was even more pained. After staring blankly for a while, perhaps Han Shua wanted to feel more of Fanny's tenderness, so he only gazed deeply at Fanny's gentleness, and carefully savored the warmth of Fanny's warm hands. "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong with you?" Fanny saw that Han Shua didn't say a word and only stared blankly at her. She appeared even more flustered and impatiently questioned Han Shua, her face full of worry. "Fanny, I'm sorry." Staring blankly at Fanny, Han Shua didn't know if this kind of tenderness would continue to exist after the truth was said, but he knew that he couldn't avoid it. In the end, he sighed and said to Fanny, "Are you sick? Are you sick? Why are you saying these things out of nowhere?" Fanny smiled and withdrew her warm hand from Han Shua's forehead. She gently looked at Han Shua's eyes and said with a smile. For some reason, Han Shua didn't dare to look directly at Fanny's bright eyes and lowered his head guiltily. Han Shua's heart moved. He suddenly remembered that he and Fanny hadn't had a physical relationship yet. So as long as he told the truth to Fanny, it probably wouldn't cause too much harm to Fanny. For the people he loved, Han Shua had never been a heartless person. The reason why Han Shua concealed the truth for such a long time was that, on the one hand, he selfishly enjoyed the wonderful feeling of hugging them, and on the other hand, he didn't want to be heartless and bring harm to them. However, now Han Shua suddenly understood that his method of concealing the truth would indeed not bring harm to them in the short term, but this method would bring them a lifetime of pain. Because of this, Han Shua made up his mind to tell the truth to both sides honestly. However, Han Shua, who was guilty and in the wrong, didn't dare to face the tenderness in Fanny's eyes. Under Fanny's urgent inquiry, Han Shua also said in a low voice, "In addition to you, I have 2 other women." "I'm sorry." Fanny's small hand that was gently stroking Han Shua's hair suddenly stopped. Han Shua could raise his head to look and suddenly found that Fanny's movements were stiff and stunned. Her gentle eyes were filled with helplessness and pain, and her rosy lips turned pale. She couldn't help but squirm as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. 2 streaks of tears flowed down her smooth face and all the way to Fanny's neck. After a long time, Fanny's colorless eyes focused on Han Shua. She looked miserable and said softly in a bitter voice, "Brian, are you telling me this because you want to break off relations with me?" Han Shua was stunned and didn't understand Fanny's behavior. According to Han Shua's thoughts, Fanny should be as furious as Phoebe and desperate to drive him out of this place. He didn't expect that Fanny would have such a miserable expression at this moment, like a helpless flower bud that had bloomed. A strong sense of self-blame suddenly surged into Han Shua's heart. Han Shua's eyes turned red, and he pulled Fanny into his arms. He choked with sobs. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Brian, I already knew about the matter between you and Miss Phoebe, Fanny said in a faint voice. She then used all her strength to hug Han Shua tightly, as if she was afraid that Han Shua would leave her side. Han Shua's face was dull, and he subconsciously hugged Phoebe tightly. His mind was filled with a series of questions. How did she know? How did she know? You are a dazzling star of the Empire. Everything related to you is widely spread, including some matters between you and Miss Phoebe. It's funny that you still deceive yourself into thinking that I don't know about it. When I first heard this news, I didn't believe it. However, through my own understanding, I finally believe this fact. I'm really a weak woman. I should have kept my distance from you from the beginning, and didn't dare to be tempted by you. However, when you were not around, my mind was filled with your shadow, and I could never get rid of it. I'm sorry I can't do it. Even though I know that you already have Miss Phoebe, I still can't leave you. As long as I think that we will never meet again, my heart will be suffocated with sadness. You may never understand this feeling. I'm useless. I can't get out of the whirlpool of your feelings, and instead I can't extricate myself from it. Fanny muttered in a self-deprecating voice in Han Shua's arms. Her voice was full of helplessness and misery. Han Shua's pretense of being infallible was ruthlessly torn apart by his heartfelt words. Han Shua was dizzy with an incomparably strong sense of happiness. Although this kind of happiness carried an extremely bitter taste, although this kind of happiness caused Han Shua's lips to dry up and his eyes to turn red, and his indomitable heart to become weak, I know Phoebe is a good woman. You came here this time because you've made up your mind to leave me, right? Fanny murmured in a self-pitying voice. Her tone was indescribably bitter and depressed. Her tears were like a broken string of pearls, dripping on Han Shua's shoulder in big drops. No, Han Shua growled in a low voice. I will never leave you, never. I've said so much just to ask for your forgiveness. I've never thought of leaving you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Fanny's delicate body trembled slightly. She suddenly stood up straight from Han Shua's chest. Her tearful eyes were filled with inexplicable expectation. She stared at Han Shua's face. Her trembling voice was filled with disbelief. Brian, you're serious? Nodding his head heavily, Han Shua had never been as serious as he was now. He promised in a choked voice, as long as you don't leave me, I'll never let go and leave you first. I promise. But I've experienced 2 years of torture and pain. Only then did I realize the fact that I can never leave you. I don't mind the existence of you, Miss Phoebe, and other women. But I'm afraid that Miss Phoebe will mind my existence, right? Fanny said bitterly. I don't know, but I'll give her and myself some time. Perhaps she'll make a good decision in the end. But no matter what her decision is, it won't change our relationship. It definitely won't. Han Shua said resolutely. Fanny's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and happiness. She took the initiative to hug Han Shua tightly again. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Han Shua passionately. Her hands even boldly reached into Han Shua's clothes. As she caressed Han Shua's strong body, she also tried to help Han Shua take off his clothes. Chapter 409. For some unknown reason, Fanny was so proactive and passionate for the first time. Whether it was her kiss or her movements, they were all unrestrained and bold. At this moment, Han Shua had become the passive recipient. Fanny's previous words contained a deep affection that was as deep as the ocean. It gave Han Shua a great shock and made Han Shua feel too much guilt towards Fanny. When the two kissed, Han Shua, who had always been the aggressor, was actually not so overbearing. Brian. Fanny's face was flushed red and she moaned softly with shyness and timidity. Han Shua's outer clothing had been unknowingly taken off by Fanny. Han Shua's naked upper body was incomparably strong and every inch of muscle seemed to be filled with explosive power. When Fanny couldn't catch her breath, her fragrant lips left Han Shua's mouth and she looked at Han Shua's naked upper body, her bright eyes brimming with intense amorous feelings. You want me? Moaning softly like a mosquito, Fanny's face was flushed red and she buried her head deep into Han Shua's chest. Smelling the rich male scent on Han Shua's body, she only felt her heart become a tangled mess. Even she could hear the sound of her heartbeat clearly. No! Han Shua smiled wryly and refused. Fanny's face was filled with panic, and she suddenly raised her head to look at Han Shuo. Her blushing cheeks were filled with pitiful grief and puzzlement, and her bright eyes were filled with confusion and panic. Master Jean is coming and it's daytime right now. You still have class later. How about at night? Han Shuo smiled wryly as he scratched his head and spoke softly to Fanny. It was only after Han Shuo's words that Fanny abruptly reacted. She blushed and hastily put on Han Shuo's clothes, saying anxiously, "Yes, then leave first. We'll talk about this later." At this moment, the footsteps of Master Jean of the Necromancy Major were slowly approaching. Even Fanny herself could hear it. Fanny was even more flustered. She felt guilty and hurriedly urged Han Shuo to leave. Han Shuo nodded with a wry smile and casually put on his clothes. He had already left Fanny's lab before Jean could approach. On the way back to his residence, Han Shuo was indescribably moved by Fanny's deep feelings. He never would have thought that Fanny had actually struggled bitterly for so long because of his matters. Even though Fanny knew some of his matters, she still didn't abandon him. This kind of deep feelings made Han Shuo feel as if he was unable to repay her. When Han Shuo returned to the residence, Steward Kalas hurriedly rushed over and said with a grave expression, "Lord Marquis, Grand Duke Ashburn and First Prince Charles request an audience. They've been waiting for quite a while." "What are they here for?" Startled, Han Shuo frowned and asked in confusion. "This lowly one doesn't know," Kalas respectfully replied. Filled with doubts, Han Shuo walked towards the hall used to receive distinguished guests. With a glance, he saw First Prince Charles, whom he had previously met in the Northern Rose Garden. This was the first time Han Shuo had seen Duke Ashburn beside Charles. With just a glance, Han Shuo knew that this person was a crafty old fox and wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. The two of them had relaxed expressions as they sipped tea in the hall. They actually didn't bring any attendants with them. When Han Shuo heard Steward Kalas report, he released his mystical demons to observe the surroundings of the residence. Only then did he discover that there were two gorgeous carriages parked at the corner of the main entrance and a group of knights standing guard. Han Shuo, who was worried about Fanny and Phoebe's matters, had many thoughts running through his mind along the way and neglected the surrounding situation. Only after circling around the residence with his mystical demons did he discover the different situation within the residence. This was the capital Asen City. Ashburn and First Prince Charles had openly come to pay their respects to Han Shuo, and naturally weren't afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly rise in revolt. That was why they boldly left the group of knights outside, and didn't bring any experts to protect them. On the surface, the two of them could be considered to have quite the presence. When he saw Han Shuo walk in, Ashburn signaled Charles with his eyes. He immediately stood up and nodded to Han Shuo with a smile, saying, "Marquis Brian's name has reverberated like thunder. Seeing you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Within my Lancelot empire, a man as imposing as Marquis Brian is truly rare." Hehe. Han Shuo wasn't in a good mood. He had heard many stories of the old fox Ashburn and Charles throwing their weight around in the empire, and didn't have a good impression of the two. He replied with a fake smile, "Lord Duke overpraises me. In front of Lord Duke, no one's name can be said to reverberate like thunder. Greetings, Your Highness the First Prince." According to etiquette, Han Shuo once again bowed to First Prince Charles. He dispensed with the formalities. "In the past, I had some misunderstandings with Marquis Brian. This time, I've come to pay a visit in hopes of clearing up the misunderstandings between us." First Prince Charles looked amiably at Han Shuo. His friendly attitude was as different as heaven and earth compared to the last time in the Rose Garden. "Your Highness is too polite. We have never had any misunderstandings. I don't know what's going on with your words." Han Shuo was stunned. Soon after, he looked at Charles with a baffled expression. Lightly coughing, Duke Ashburn said with a smile, "In the past, I asked Cameron for help with some matters. I didn't expect that Mr. Cameron would actually become Miss Phoebe's business rival. That Cameron fellow really deserves to die. He actually used Charles's name to intimidate others and dared to find trouble with Miss Phoebe. We weren't aware of this matter at the start. However, I think that Marquis Brian might misunderstand that we instigated Cameron to do so. Therefore, I specially came over to clarify the matter with Marquis Brian." I hope that Marquis Brian won't misunderstand us because of this matter. To be honest, Charles and I have always admired you and hope to become friends with you. Misunderstanding? There simply isn't any misunderstanding. Without your instigation, how would Cameron dare to intimidate others and make a move against Phoebe? Han Shua sneered in his heart. He had already understood Ashburn and Charles's goal from their tone. He was certain that it was because of his position in Uhtred's heart, causing Ashburn and Charles to understand his importance. Therefore, they had condescended to deliberately befriend him. Then it must be a misunderstanding. This matter has passed for so long that I've almost forgotten about it. There's nothing to discuss. Han Shua narrowed his eyes and played down this matter. Soon after, he smiled at Ashburn and Charles and asked, I wonder why Lord Duke and Your Highness have come to find me this time? Brettel City's development is the most exciting news in the Empire in recent days. The City Lord of Seamus City, Karov, who is only one step away from Brettel City, has an extremely close relationship with me. If Brettel City and Seamus City are able to cooperate closely, our development in all aspects will be even faster. The reason I've come this time is to discuss with Marquis Brian that Seamus City can provide some assistance to Brettel City. For example, population and other resources that Brettel City lacks. Eldest Prince Charles smiled as he looked at Han Shua, slowly talking about proper business. Seamus City's City Lord Karov was a member of the Haug family. His sister Kalina was eldest Prince Charles's wife. His relationship with Charles was naturally very close. Seamus City and Brettel City weren't far apart. If Seamus City could provide some effective assistance, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to Brettel City's development. This was something Han Shua understood in his heart. Then what does our Brettel City need to pay? Han Shua asked Charles without batting an eyelid. I don't need to pay anything. As long as I can win Marquis Brian's friendship, I'll be satisfied. Charles stared at Han Shua with a scorching gaze as he replied. Grand Duke Ashburn smiled as he looked at Han Shua. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Marquis Brian, to be frank, I admire you very much. If you don't mind, we can discuss in detail the possibility of cooperation. The authority and benefits we can bring you will far exceed what others can give you. As long as we cooperate, authority, wealth, and women will be at your fingertips. Han Shua chuckled as he looked at the two. Under their expectant gazes, he resolutely shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I'm a person who cherishes old friendships and knows how to repay favors. Both of you should understand what I mean. Eldest Prince Charles's expression suddenly darkened when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, Ashburn glared at him. Shortly after, Ashburn smiled and said, Is that so? I understand. Since that's the case, then we'll take our leave. I'm really sorry for disturbing you this time. I hope you can forgive us. After Ashburn glared at him, eldest Prince Charles didn't suddenly lose his composure. His expression darkened as he looked at Han Shua with an additional trace of anger, as if he was angry that Han Shua didn't know how to appreciate kindness when given face. Then I won't send you off. Han Shua looked at Grand Duke Ashburn in astonishment. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Once he understood that there was no hope, he didn't hesitate at all. Marquis Brian, take care. Before Charles left, he suddenly turned his head to glance at Han Shua and said meaningfully, Many thanks for eldest prince's reminder. I will be careful. Han Shua's expression suddenly turned cold as he replied in an unfriendly manner. Han Shua clearly heard the threat in Charles's tone. He knew that after this time, there would no longer be any room for friendly relations with Charles and Ashburn's forces. The only path left was to fight to the death. Chapter 4:10. Han Shua knew that Charles definitely wouldn't let him off. However, Han Shua didn't expect that Charles's revenge would come so quickly and so ferociously. That night, Han Shua, who was in the middle of researching the incantation to connect to another world, suddenly sensed a few powerful auras gradually approaching his mansion from afar. Han Shua was abruptly roused from his contemplation. The 12 mystical demons were immediately released. With Han Shua's mansion as the center, they spread out in 12 different directions like a spider's web. A troop of 500 knights, mixed with 200 temple knights from the Church of Light, headed towards Han Shua's mansion from 4 different directions. Light Grand Magus Kos of the Church of Light, as well as a few experts from the Church of Light that Han Shua didn't recognize, as well as a few powerful Deathsworn attached to Ashburn, led their troops and surrounded him. There was no moon on this night. Under the pitch-black curtain of night, this group of people didn't have any concealment. They were simply heading straight for Han Shua's mansion in an open and aboveboard manner. Han Shua could see the killing intent in the eyes of those knights. Han Shua was frightened and hastily walked out of the secret room. The scene that he saw through the 12 mystical demons was simply unimaginable to Han Shua. Even if Ashburn and Charles were more powerful, how could they dare to be so impudent in the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Austin City? The mansion that Han Shua lived in was surrounded by either the rich or the noble. All of them were influential figures of the empire. Even on this moonless night, such a large movement was absolutely impossible to conceal. Furthermore, Austin City was the headquarters of the Dark Mantle. After all, Ashburn wasn't the empire's King Uhtred. What right did he have to be so arrogant? A series of suspicions surged into Han Shua's mind. He only felt that Ashburn must have gone mad. Such a crazy action definitely wasn't something that a wily old fox would dare to do. Unfortunately, Kos's appearance and the presence of a few of his ministers in the Duke's mansion already proved that this action was indeed Ashburn's instigation. Just as Han Shua was at a loss, a mansion not far away suddenly burst into flames. A mystical demon just happened to see the situation in that direction, and saw a group of knights charging in and killing anyone they saw. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the rocky ground red. Not even a single servant was spared. Han Shua vaguely remembered that the mansion belonged to Earl Terry. Terry was inclined towards Lawrence. Han Shua had even seen this person early in the morning. Through Lawrence's introduction, he knew that this person's mansion wasn't far from his. He didn't expect that his mansion had already fallen into such a state. A flash of inspiration flashed through Han Shua's mind. He suddenly understood. Since Ashburn dared to act so brazenly and disregard King Uhtred's authority, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Ashburn knew that the situation wasn't good and rebelled a step ahead of time. There was another possibility, which was that King Uhtred had already died. This way, Ashburn would no longer be restricted by anyone. Only then would he dare to act freely, using the fastest speed to eradicate those who were unfavorable to him, swiftly taking control of Austin City. However, if Ashburn wanted to rebel, he should have taken action the day King Uhtred expressed his support for Lawrence. He definitely wouldn't have watched Uhtred slowly delegate authority to Lawrence without doing anything. From this point of view, the first possibility was relatively small. Instead, King Uhtred's sudden death was the most reasonable. Carrying this kind of doubt, only 2 of the 12 mystical demons remained in his mansion. The other 10 mystical demons began to spread out with Han Shua's mansion as the center. One of them headed straight for the Imperial Palace. At the location of the mystical demons, Han Shua discovered that even more soldiers were being mobilized in the pitch-black night. There were also other places that were similarly shrouded in cruel massacres. There were nobles who were inclined towards Lawrence, and there were also some who were on the side of the second and youngest princes. Suddenly, the entire interior of Austin City was filled with smoke. Without a doubt, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had already begun to take action. A bloody massacre against the other powers had officially begun on this moonless night. Any power that was hostile to Ashburn and Charles was destined to suffer disastrous casualties tonight. After understanding the situation, Han Shua quickly went to Butler Kalas' room. Butler Kalas was getting on in years. Old people wouldn't be able to sleep too deeply, especially when Han Shua's footsteps were deliberately louder when he came over. Therefore, Kalas immediately woke up. "Lord Marquis, what's wrong?" Kalas had never seen Han Shua so anxious before. With a start, he sat up from his bed and immediately asked, "Don't bring anything. Immediately wake up all the servants and escape from the Marquis residence. Duke Ashburn has rebelled and a group of knights are currently on their way here. Once they arrive, no one here will be able to survive. Quickly leave this place immediately," Han Shua quickly explained. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about this place anymore and quickly left the Marquis residence, heading straight for the Bust Merchant Guild where Phoebe was. This residence was bestowed to Han Shua by Uhtred. However, it was clear that Han Shua didn't treat it as a true home. There wasn't a single person that Han Shua truly cared about inside. Han Shua was used to placing important things in his space ring. At this time there wasn't anyone or anything worth remembering here. So he immediately left after reminding Kalas. Not many people knew about the relationship between Han Shua and Fanny. In addition, Fanny and Lawrence also didn't have any interactions. In addition, Fanny's father was Firenze. As the king of the southern border, Firenze was one of the few people that Ashburn was apprehensive of. Han Shua basically didn't need to worry about Fanny's safety. Emily was at the Dark Mantle headquarters. Within the entire Asen city, the Dark Mantle headquarters defenses were the most solid. Inside, there were transportation arrays that extended in all directions that led to every major city in the empire. Even if Ashburn had heaven-defying methods, he would still be unable to take down the Dark Mantle headquarters in a short period of time. It was even more impossible for him to capture the Dark Mantle's upper echelon. Thus Han Shua similarly wasn't worried about Emily. Only Phoebe, as she was too close to Lawrence and the Buzzed Merchant Guild had repeatedly spoiled Grand Duke Ashburn's plans, was most likely to be attacked. As the Grand Duke of the Empire, the power that Ashburn grasped was only second to King Uhtred. Even if it was Phoebe's master, Sacred Swordmaster Corell, Ashburn similarly wouldn't place him in his eyes. With the full support of the Church of Light, it was likely that Ashburn would have even more experts at his disposal. It was almost impossible for Sacred Swordmaster Corell to rely on his own strength to kill Ashburn. Along the way, Han Shua sped as fast as lightning towards the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Along the way, he discovered through the mystical demons that even more changes had occurred in Asen City. Many noble mansions had been reduced to ruins in an extremely short period of time. Some small mansions were razed to the ground within a few breaths of time under a few large-scale destructive magic spells. Ashburn's methods were extremely ruthless. As long as it was an enemy, regardless of whether it was a servant or a guest, not a single one would be spared. Many noble mansions in Asen City were shrouded in cruel massacres. During this process, the army under his control had marched towards the city gates, most likely intending to take control of all the city gates. The few teleportation magic arrays within Asen City had long been in Ashburn's hands. Layers of troops had firmly surrounded the teleportation magic arrays, making it impossible for anyone to leave Asen City through the teleportation magic arrays. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles were intending to completely take control of Asen City and wipe out all the enemies within. The mystical demon that was heading towards the Imperial Palace heard loud wails before it even neared. The army that was inclined towards eldest Prince Charles had already taken control of the Imperial Palace. The mystical demon had only circled around once before discovering that King Uhtred had indeed died. Some of the rebels had already been killed on the spot. From these signs, Han Shua suddenly understood that King Uhtred's sudden death was most likely related to eldest Prince Charles. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace wouldn't have been sealed off, and there wouldn't have been no news leaking out. Those princes were most likely kept in the dark tonight, and simply didn't know of His Majesty's grievous news. Within Duke Ashburn's mansion, he was together with eldest Prince Charles. Beside him were numerous noble supporters. These people had gloomy expressions as they commanded the officers to seize control of various key points while reporting out the names of the nobles, allowing their subordinates to eradicate them. A mystical demon circled over and clearly heard the conversation between Ashburn, Charles, and the others. It finally understood that this matter was indeed a fierce counterattack by Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. Suddenly, a mystical demon arrived at the Buzzed Merchant Guild ahead of time, and saw a group of soldiers coldly killing people from afar. The merchants and guards of the Buzzed Merchant Guild had all died tragically under the crossbow arrows of those people. However, it was fortunate that these people had just started their attack from the front of the house and clearly hadn't penetrated deep into the interior of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. He reckoned that nothing would happen to Phoebe for the time being. Han Shua's heart was burning with anxiety. He unleashed the demonic ninth heaven's art to its limit and rushed towards the Buzzed Merchant Guild like a meteor chasing after the moon. He constantly prayed that nothing would happen to Phoebe. If something really happened to Phoebe, even if Han Shua had promised Uhtred, he would still break the promise and skin Charles alive. Chapter 411. Smoke rose from all directions within the buzzed merchant guild. Ashburn's subordinates charged in and killed anyone they saw. The guards within the guild simply didn't have any leeway to retaliate and were instantly killed or injured in large numbers. Phoebe, who had been scared out of her wits by Han Shua's words, raised the divine weapon Starry Sky and led the guards within the guild to defend with all their might. However, the situation was clearly far from good. The soldiers attacking the buzzed merchant guild this time also included a few experts who had attached themselves to Charles. Among them was a temple knight from the Church of Light who wielded a silver spear as if he was invincible. Every time his spear descended, a guard would definitely die. There were also a few mages who continuously released magic, causing the buildings within the buzzed merchant guild to catch fire. Some of the rations and goods stored inside were burning amidst the raging flames. Some servants walked out of their rooms covered in flames, but a rain of arrows whizzed over, piercing through those innocent servants. In an extremely short period of time, the buzzed merchant guild fell under the unyielding attack. Only Phoebe and a group of loyal guards were left, hastily retreating towards the back door. During this process, the guards by Phoebe's side were killed one after another. "Miss Phoebe, you won't be able to escape today." Space Archmage Aubrey looked at Phoebe with a sinister smile as he spoke unhurriedly. Last time within the buzzed merchant guild, it was Space Archmage Aubrey and Cameron who had come to force Phoebe. Unfortunately, they just so happened to run into Han Shua. In the end, Aubrey and Cameron were respectively poisoned by ice and fire by Han Shua, suffering in an abyss of suffering for the next few days. Aubrey naturally understood that everything was caused by Han Shua. However, he understood that Han Shu wasn't someone he could provoke. He could only swallow his bitterness and harbor thoughts of revenge in his heart. Today, he had come to the buzzed merchant guild again. Aubrey had the temple knights of the Church of Light by his side, as well as even more magic experts. He had complete confidence in accomplishing what he couldn't accomplish the last time, which was to capture Phoebe to threaten Sacred Swordmaster Corel, making Corel not dare to act blindly without thinking. Behind Aubrey, there was a team of 100 soldiers, as well as the temple knight with the olive branch pattern on his chest. Phoebe, who was running away, only had 30 guards. Even though Phoebe was a great swordsman, she had no chance of winning. While Aubrey was speaking, a spatial laceration spell had already been released. A bright, sharp blade streaked past, and several large pieces of the bodyguards beside Phoebe suddenly disappeared. Parts of their bodies had been taken away by the spatial laceration spell, falling into another space. Bang! Phoebe, who'd been retreating, suddenly felt as if her back had collided with an invisible wall. Her entire body was bounced forward a few steps. "Aubrey, you still dare come to my buzzed merchant guild? Are you crazy? There are so many servants and guards, and you actually dare to kill without asking anything?" Phoebe clearly didn't know of the news of King Uhtred's death. Just like Han Shua, her heart was filled with incomparable shock. She didn't expect Ashburn to be so audacious. "Haha, we aren't crazy. After tonight, Asen City and the Lancelot Empire will belong to His Highness Charles. Tonight, any hostile forces will be eliminated." Aubrey laughed savagely. "Don't talk nonsense. Capture this woman as soon as possible. We still have other matters to attend to." The temple knight of the Church of Light suddenly spoke. Hearing the temple knight's words, Aubrey awkwardly stopped laughing. He nodded and said, "Lord Crespo, this woman is a great swordsman. We still need to work together in order to capture her alive. Let's do it." The temple knight called Crespo didn't say any more superfluous words. He raised the silver spear in his hand and walked towards Phoebe. The silver spear was extended, and milky white rays of light shot out from the spear's tip. A divine aura slowly overflowed from Crespo's body. His shining silver armor suddenly emitted rays of light, causing Crespo's aura to soar. Phoebe was startled. Before Crespo could approach, she took a step back and brandished the divine weapon Starry Sky. A huge cross suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Crespo in an instant. Crespo lightly snorted and raised his spear, meeting the huge cross. The cross suddenly soared into the sky and chopped a tree that was as thick as a bowl into two. "You are just a newly advanced great swordsman. You should just surrender," Crespo said coldly. His body turned into a series of afterimages due to his high speed. The silver spear in his hand suddenly turned into several hundred spears and pierced towards Phoebe. A circle of starlight fiercely shot out from the divine weapon's starry sky. The specks of starlight spread out and formed a cross. It suddenly exploded with a frightening impact force. Several hundred illusory silver spears suddenly exploded into the air, and the explosive force spread out. Crespo let out a muffled groan and hastily retreated a few steps. Good, very good. You can actually borrow the power of the divine weapon and fuse it with Carol's cross-slash. No wonder that old thing Carol values you so much, Crespo said with a cold expression as he retreated a few steps. The shoulders of his silver armor had 7 to 8 small holes as he spoke. I didn't expect that the Temple Knights of the Church of Light would actually become the first prince's lackeys. Is this something a religious organization like you that transcends authority should do? Phoebe similarly ridiculed with a face full of disdain. Miss, let's leave quickly. We will stay behind to cover the rear. The buzzed Merchant Guild's guard captain impatiently pleaded with Phoebe. Shaking her head, Phoebe helplessly said, We can't leave. There weren't any powerful mages on Phoebe's side. When faced with this group of warhorses, mages and archers working together, fleeing wasn't a wise choice, because mages who could fly were far faster than them. Aubrey, call your men to attack together. After capturing this woman, we still have other matters to attend to. Don't waste too much time. Crespo shot a glance at Aubrey and said coldly with a frown. Nodding his head, Aubrey agreed, all right, let's attack together. After Aubrey nodded his head, Crespo once again raised his spear and walked towards Phoebe. He spun his silver spear and a bright silver light suddenly shot out. At the same time, Aubrey started chanting an incantation. A space magic binding caused the surrounding space to fluctuate and shackled Phoebe at the center. The mages beside Aubrey all chanted incantations and various magic barriers fell towards Phoebe. A few archers from further away also arrived and drew their bows, aiming at Phoebe. Bang! Phoebe blocked Crespo's silver light with her sword. She suddenly felt a powerful attack and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was these 2 steps that instantly pulled Phoebe into the space binding. Suddenly, all kinds of formless energy surged over. Phoebe felt as if she was being bound by a myriad of ropes, unable to move. Take her away. With this Phoebe here, that old bastard Carell will definitely know his place. Aubrey laughed complacently and instructed the knights behind him. Heh, this woman is really beautiful. TSK, her skin is too smooth. I have never seen a woman with such soft and supple skin. A knight came over with a lecherous smile. When he used the rope to bind Phoebe, he tried to touch Phoebe's face. When Phoebe, who couldn't move her hands or speak, saw a coarse hand heading towards her face, her bright eyes filled with intense alarm and anger. Uncontrollably, Phoebe thought of Han Shua at her weakest moment. How good would it be if this scoundrel could come and save me? As long as you appear, I might forgive you. I don't want anyone other than you to touch me. When a woman was frightened and helpless, the first person she would think of would be her man. Phoebe was no exception. Seeing the knight's large hand about to touch her face, Phoebe lost her head out of fear and strongly called out to Han Shua in her heart. Whoosh! Just when the coarse hand was about to land on Phoebe's face, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Shortly after, that knight suddenly howled crazily. That coarse hand was chopped off at the wrist, dripping with blood as it fell at Phoebe's feet. Who is it? Crespo suddenly shouted, vigilantly looking all around. The silver pike in his hand was constantly swallowing and spitting out silver rays. Whoosh! In the moonless night, a wisp of black lightning flashed. That knight with his wrist chopped off once again howled miserably. Everyone looked over and discovered that the knight's other hand, which was covering his broken wrist, had also been chopped off. Capture Phoebe, hurry up! Aubrey suddenly reacted and hastily instructed those stunned knights. After being stunned for a moment, those people immediately took action. They held thick ropes in their hands, planning to first tie up Phoebe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! That wisp of black light repeatedly appeared, like a black thread weaving the curtain of the night. The extended hands of the knights who tried to approach Phoebe were chopped off one after another. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was actually a pile of broken hands at Phoebe's feet. Although Phoebe was confined by magic and could not budge, her eyes did not miss anything that happened around her. Her heart was suddenly filled with intense joy. Without even thinking, Phoebe knew that Han Shuo had arrived. This time, when the panic was dispelled, Phoebe instantly forgot about all the bad things about Han Shuo. She only remembered that Han Shuo had helped her time and time again. Brian. Damn it, why did he only come now? Phoebe called out in her heart, her eyes overflowing with happiness and serenity. She was no longer worried about the dangers around her, as if with the existence of that wisp of black light, there would be no danger that could threaten her. Come out, you cowardly sneak attacker! Crespo suddenly shouted and quickly rushed toward Phoebe. That person is coming. Aubrey was suddenly gobsmacked and reacted, shrieking at Crespo. Crespo's body froze midway, but he immediately reacted and shouted, impossible. That guy can't even protect himself. He shouldn't have appeared here so quickly. Who said so? A gloomy and cold voice suddenly came from afar. When the voice faded, a figure was already standing by Phoebe's side. Han Shuo shot a glance at Crespo, his left hand lightly pressing on Phoebe's back. A ferocious force suddenly erupted, and a series of crackling sounds rang out around Phoebe. Several barriers in Aubrey's imprisonment were suddenly torn apart and destroyed. Phoebe, who was originally imprisoned and unable to budge, suddenly felt that her whole body could move. Before Han Shuo had arrived, Phoebe had constantly called out in her heart, thinking that if Han Shuo rescued her again, she would forgive Han Shuo's fickleness. However, when Han Shuo truly appeared in front of her, Phoebe was still brooding over the previous matter, and felt that she couldn't easily forgive Han Shuo. Thus, she snorted lightly and didn't say anything. Hehe, you dare touch my woman? You're courting death. After Han Shuo released the imprisonment on Phoebe's body with one strike, he viciously looked at the people in front of him and sneered. Ha! Who's your woman? You fickleness scoundrel! Phoebe was both embarrassed and happy. She couldn't help but glare hatefully at Han Shuo, panting with rage as she said, I still haven't forgiven you for that matter. Don't talk nonsense with me. Of course it's Miss Phoebe, you're my woman. If you weren't my woman, why would I run all the way from the northern part of the city to save you? Han Shuo grinned and said to Phoebe, It's really you. How is this possible? How did you escape from Lord Cass's hands? Crespo's expression changed as he looked at Han Shuo in shock. Cass. Ha, in the previous battles it seemed like that guy was always running away, right? Han Shuo was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos as he spoke to Crespo. As he spoke, Han Shuo had already taken out the skeletal staff, his expression gradually turning cold. It's different this time. Apart from Lord Cass, there's also Lord Brown. How did you escape? Crespo was greatly puzzled and retreated with some fear. In the Church of Light, Han Shuo's infamy was extremely great. After Red Archbishop Cass repeatedly failed at his hands, Han Shuo's strength was gradually recognized by the people of the Church of Light. Crespo could be considered to be self-aware and knew that he wasn't Han Shuo's match with his strength. Thus, he had thoughts of retreating in his heart. All of you don't even think of leaving alive. Han Shuo declared their fates as the skeletal staff began to summon undead creatures. Red Archbishop Cass, who wielded the divine weapon Revelation, wasn't here, and there wasn't a light mage here who could quickly purify the undead creatures. Han Shuo had absolute confidence that he could quickly kill them. Chapter 412. Under the summons of the skeletal staff, a dense mass of undead creatures surrounded Han Shuo. Han Shuo held Phoebe in one hand and the skeletal staff in the other, rapidly chanting an incantation. Retreat, retreat! Crespo decisively gave the order and took the lead in retreating. Aubrey, the person in charge of this operation, immediately understood that this operation had failed once again when he saw Han Shuo suddenly appear beside Phoebe. When the hordes of undead creatures gradually appeared, Aubrey also wanted to retreat. Crespo's order to retreat was exactly what he wanted, so Aubrey also began to retreat. Want to run? It's too late. Han Shuo released his grip on Phoebe's small hand and suddenly flew towards Aubrey, the skeletal staff still tightly held in his left hand and the demon's lair edge emerging from his right hand. Aubrey had long since suffered a great loss at Han Shuo's hands. When he saw Han Shuo rushing towards him, His expression immediately changed greatly. He hastily shouted to the archers on the surrounding rooftops, "Shoot him to death." A rain of arrows rapidly shot towards Han Shuo. The strength and speed of these arrows indicated that these archers possessed extraordinary strength. However, before these arrows could reach Han Shuo, the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand shook and several white bone shields suddenly appeared, blocking all the arrows in several directions. Han Shuo's speed exceeded Aubrey's expectations. Just as Aubrey turned around to look, the cold and stern Han Shuo had already arrived not far behind him. "Careful!" Crespo suddenly shouted from nearby, the silver spear in his hand piercing towards Han Shuo at high speed like a drill bit. Han Shuo turned his head and shot a glance. With a wave of his right hand, the demon slayer edge left his hand in a streak of black light and pierced the tip of the silver spear with a whoosh. Clang! A dazzling radiance blossomed, and Crespo only felt a huge force enter his body through the spear shaft. It rushed into his internal organs from his arm, and instantly caused serious damage to his divine body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and retreated with a pale face. Clang! Crespo's silver spear fell to the ground, splitting into two halves. The remaining power of the demon slayer edge didn't diminish in the slightest, as it continued to stab towards Crespo's chest like a shadow. Before Crespo could stabilize himself, the demon slayer edge pierced through the bright silver armor on Crespo's body, creating a large hole in his chest. A bone-piercing pain spread from his chest. Crespo's pale face was filled with despair as he stared blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. In the end he spat out, "How is this possible?" before collapsing with a loud crash. Aubrey was frightened out of his wits as he desperately fled into the distance, no longer caring about the lives of others. As the main helper of this operation, Crespo was originally a Sky Knight. After joining the Temple Knights of the Church of Light, he received the additional protection of divine power due to his devout belief in the God of Light. His strength was much higher than that of an ordinary Sky Knight. That silver spear and the bright silver armor on his body were both items that only high-ranking members of the Temple Knights were qualified to possess. In the eyes of any alchemist on the continent, they were very high-grade weapons. Both the weapon and the armor even contained divine power. Who would have thought that they would be torn apart like paper under the attack of that weapon? This caused Aubrey to tremble with fear. The fleeing Aubrey obviously didn't understand that Han Shuo's speed was far superior to his. Before Aubrey could leave the buzzed merchant guild sphere of influence, a cold shout came from behind him. Aubrey was aghast as he desperately began to cast the spatial shifting magic that he had yet to master. For a space archmage like Aubrey, his understanding of space magic could only be considered to be at the beginning of the path. He couldn't freely teleport over short distances like a space grand magus like Emma could. Rashly casting a magic that he hadn't mastered was a suicidal act. However, Aubrey had no other choice now. He understood that Han Shuo wasn't someone he could match up against. Since there was no hope of escaping with speed, he could only risk his life and use the spatial magic that he hadn't mastered yet. When a person was in desperate straits, they would always burst forth with some potential. Aubrey, who normally required 2 seconds to chant a magic incantation, actually managed to shorten the time of the incantation by 1 second at this time. Han Shuo hadn't even approached Aubrey when suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from Aubrey's surroundings. Suddenly the space shattered like glass. Aubrey let out a horrified howl as his body seemed to shatter into pieces like a broken mirror. When the space returned to normal, Aubrey had disappeared without a trace. Han Shuo abruptly stood in place. He had some misgivings about space magic. Rashly using a magic that he wasn't familiar with would sometimes result in even greater power than some orthodox space magic. This Aubrey was clearly in this situation. From Han Shuo's point of view, Aubrey's body and space had shattered at the same time. There must have been a problem with the magic, causing him to lose his life as well. Before the space returned to normal, if Han Shuo suddenly entered that area, it was very likely that he would be affected by the magic and wouldn't be able to leave. If he ended up falling into another space, then Han Shuo would really want to cry, but no tears would come out. It wasn't known whether Aubrey was dead or alive, but from Han Shuo's point of view, it was more likely that he would be dead than alive. Without wasting any time, Han Shuo directly went to Phoebe's side and grabbed Phoebe, hastily saying, Let's go first. I reckon that Lawrence's side is the most dangerous. Phoebe was startled and delighted at the same time. She was startled because of what Han Shuo had said about Lawrence's danger. She understood that Lawrence was the most crucial person. This time, since Ashburn dared to make a move against her so brazenly, then Lawrence would most likely be in grave danger as well. Once Lawrence was killed, then first Prince Charles and Ashburn would be able to truly grasp the situation. Then the only path left for her and Han Shuo would be to escape. She was delighted because Han Shuo clearly knew that Lawrence was in greater danger, yet he still came to rescue her first. This was enough to prove that her importance in Han Shuo's heart was far greater than anything else. This was because Lawrence's survival would bring more benefits and power to Han Shuo. Phoebe was truly moved that Han Shuo had come to rescue her first at such a crucial time. What should we do with them? Phoebe immediately agreed. Soon after, she looked at the bodyguards beside her, as well as some merchants from the Bust Merchant Guild, and asked Han Shuo, "Let them escape on their own. Don't worry, the remaining enemies will have no chance to make a move against my undead creatures." Han Shuo hastily instructed, "Miss, you should leave first. We know what to do." The bodyguard leader hastily expressed his stance to Phoebe. Phoebe hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then. Be careful and leave quickly." Han Shuo didn't waste any more words. He picked up Phoebe by the waist and flew towards Lawrence's current residence. "Bastard! How can you do this in front of so many people?" Phoebe was picked up by Han Shuo by the waist. Smelling the familiar scent on Han Shuo's body, her tender and charming face flushed red as she berated him in embarrassment. "What does it matter? In any case, they all know that you're my woman." Han Shuo casually replied, clearly not embarrassed in the slightest. You still dare to say that? I still haven't forgiven you." Phoebe resentfully rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, still fuming as she spoke. "Let's talk about this later. Don't talk anymore. We have to find Lawrence quickly. If Lawrence is really dead, I will take you and leave Austin City immediately. We will return to Brettel City as soon as possible." Han Shuo said in a deep voice. "Brian, it seems that you don't care about Lawrence's life or death at all, right?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, somewhat puzzled. "No, I'm just stating the facts. If I didn't care about Lawrence's life or death, I wouldn't be going to save him now." "All right, don't talk anymore," Han Shuo casually replied. His speed suddenly increased as he flew towards Lawrence's residence at lightning speed. Ever since Han Shuo knew that Lawrence had deliberately befriended him with ulterior motives, he no longer treated Lawrence as a true friend. The far-sighted Lawrence did everything for his own benefit. Han Shuo understood this in his heart, and didn't harbor any resentment towards Lawrence's actions. However, it was impossible to say that Han Shuo didn't have a bit of grudge in his heart. It was just that Han Shuo's and Lawrence's interests were now firmly tied together. The two of them had become grasshoppers on the same string. Only when Lawrence ascended the throne would Han Shuo be able to obtain the greatest amount of benefits. Although this kind of relationship was maintained purely based on benefits, it wouldn't be mixed with too many personal feelings. It could only be said that Han Shuo saving Lawrence was all for his own benefit, and not because of his personal feelings towards Lawrence. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't have too many feelings towards Lawrence's life or death. That was why his expression was so indifferent when talking about Lawrence's life or death. Before arriving at Lawrence's residence, the soaring fire could be seen from afar. On such a night without moonlight, the fire in Lawrence's residence was truly too conspicuous. There were a few noble mansions surrounding Lawrence's mansion, but those mansions were as peaceful as usual. Their doors were tightly shut, and not a single person walked out to take a look. It was as if they had suddenly become blind and deaf, turning a blind eye to the activity within Lawrence's mansion. Each and every one of them seemed to have sunk into the deepest sleep. When Han Shuo swept past those eerily quiet mansions, the mystical demons circled around in the air, and suddenly discovered that those seemingly quiet mansions were similarly filled with panic. However, under the stern reprimand of the masters inside, not a single person dared to make a sound. Not a single person walked out of the mansions to take a look out of curiosity. Such was the hypocrisy of the world. The nobles in these residences weren't part of Lawrence's faction. Most of them hadn't indicated which side they supported, which was why they were able to escape by a fluke. The old nobles were all people who knew what to do. They understood that in the entire Lancelot Empire, only Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles dared to make a move against Lawrence's residence. This power wasn't something they could contend against. Watching from the sidelines was the wisest decision. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded from within Lawrence's residence. Han Shuo could see tall and spacious houses collapsing with a loud rumble from afar. In the dusky sky, two golden shadows were extremely dazzling as they moved about on top of a few houses. Every time a golden light flashed, a house would collapse. Slender gullies would appear after the golden light flashed. The magic boundary that enveloped Lawrence's entire residence was continuously destroyed. Many servants on the periphery were stabbed to death by sharp weapons one after another. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some knights wearing brown, silver, and gray armor, as well as some mages wearing white, red, and black robes, surrounded Lawrence's residence from all directions. Among these people were experts under Ashburn, experts subdued by eldest Prince Charles, and experts sent by the Church of Light. When they were about to reach that area, a mystical demon finally took the lead and approached. Suddenly he sensed two shadows moving about. One of them was actually Sacred Swordmaster Corel, while the other was a golden-haired old man dressed in a knight's attire. This golden-haired old man held a golden spear in his hand. The golden armor on his chest had a design of an angel statue. The design of the angel statue was vivid and lifelike, and its wings seemed to be constantly flapping. A divinity temple knight with an angel statue on his chest was the symbol of one who had been blessed by the god of light. Every divinity temple knight with an angel statue had terrifying strength comparable to a sacred knight. If this divinity temple knight was a sacred knight, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, this kind of divinity temple knight was extremely rare within the Church of Light. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't leave the God of Light's hall easily. It was rumored that only when an evil heretic that blasphemed the God of Light appeared would these extremely rare divinity temple knights leave and replace the God of Light to punish that great heretic. Han Shuo didn't expect to actually see one in the Lancelot Empire. His heart was filled with astonishment. The golden spear in this divinity temple knight's hand overflowed with strands of golden light. Waves of incomparably sacred aura spread out, giving Han Shuo an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Golden fighting aura was something that only sacred knights and sacred swordmasters could possess. This divinity temple knight being able to release golden fighting aura meant that he himself was a sacred knight. Once this kind of powerful existence obtained the blessings of the God of Light, their strength would be frightening. Han Shuo only took one look and started to faintly worry for Sacred Swordmaster Corel. With so many experts besieging Lawrence's mansion, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to forcibly barge in. He hastily summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and opened up a passageway leading to the center of Lawrence's mansion. He then brought Phoebe and drilled in. Chapter 413. Phoebe's mind was full of questions as she looked at the large hole in the solid ground in front of her. Her bright eyes focused on the Earth Elite Zombie who was opening the path in front of her. The Earth Elite Zombie moved forward. Even the most skilled pangolin couldn't have the ability to split open the earth like him. The earth in front of him automatically shrank and scattered, opening up a continuously extending tunnel at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Earth Elite Zombie easily walked through. What kind of earth magic is this? Phoebe, who was following closely behind Han Shuo, couldn't resist her curiosity after watching for a while. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of astonishment. It has nothing to do with magic, Han Shuo replied. He furrowed his brows in thought and reluctantly explained, in fact, this is somewhat similar to the martial arts I practice. It's an existence that doesn't belong to the realm of fighting aura or magic. Phoebe's smooth jade-like chin stretched, her cherry lips wide open in shock. She blankly looked at Han Shuo and said, apart from those two women, it seems that you're hiding a lot of things from me. Not at all. It's just that it's not easy to explain because the martial arts I practice is completely different from your magic and fighting aura. Moreover, it's a bit complicated. Even if I explain it, you might not understand. Han Shuo answered with a wry smile and tightened his grip on Phoebe's small hand. Somewhat angrily rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Phoebe inwardly told herself that she had to keep an eye on him in the future. This guy was originally very lustful and simply couldn't resist temptation. Once he met a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but have some crooked thoughts. If this continued, who knew how many love debts he would incur? Alright, we're here. Pay attention. Don't let your imagination run wild. As Phoebe silently pondered, Han Shuo suddenly yelled in a serious tone, his gaze looking towards the slope. The Earth Elite zombie stood there motionlessly. When Han Shuo and Phoebe approached, he turned to look at Han Shuo and sent a message, "Father, should we immediately open the entrance to the top?" At some point in time, Little Skull, Earth, Wood, Fire, and Water Elite zombies all started calling Han Shuo father. At first, Han Shuo was extremely uncomfortable, but he slowly got used to it. The words father leapt into Han Shuo's heart, giving Han Shuo a new feeling. It was as if these 5 undead creatures that Han Shuo had refined from the other world had truly become his flesh and blood. It actually gave Han Shuo a feeling of affection. If he didn't communicate with these 5 creatures for a period of time, Han Shuo would feel a faint longing and worry, fearing that something would happen to them in. "Let's wait a moment," Han Shuo replied. Shortly after, he turned to Phoebe and said, "The exit is above. We're currently below Lawrence and the others. Let's not rush to go up immediately, lest Lawrence and the others attack us recklessly without knowing the situation. You stay here for the time being. I'll see if I can help your master." "My master? What happened to my master?" Han Shuo was able to observe the situation through the mystical demons, but Phoebe naturally didn't have this ability. After hearing Han Shuo's words, she asked in puzzlement. "He's met with some trouble," Han Shuo explained. "How is that possible? My master is a sacred sword master. What kind of trouble could he encounter?" Phoebe had a kind of blind trust in Corel. She asked Han Shuo with a light smile, without any trace of nervousness in her expression. "Your master is currently battling with a temple knight of the Church of Light. He's a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Apart from cultivating fighting aura, this sacred knight has also received divine blessings," Han Shuo explained to Phoebe with a grave expression. The battle between the 2 apex experts caused a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting in Lawrence's mansion. None of the experts in the surroundings dared to approach, fearing that they would suddenly be torn to shreds by the fighting aura. During this process, even more soldiers and knights arrived from afar, surrounding Lawrence's mansion layer by layer. The situation on Lawrence's side was becoming more and more disadvantageous. The terrifying battle between the 2 experts above had greatly shocked Han Shuo. Through the 2 mystical demons, Han Shuo was able to clearly see each and every movement of the 2. Only now did he suddenly realize that Corel had indeed not used his full strength back then. Otherwise, he would definitely have lost last time. While the 2 experts were fighting, Han Shuo borrowed the Earth Elite Zombie's divine energy to rapidly travel underground, attempting to suddenly launch a fatal attack on the Sacred Knight. Han Shuo faintly felt that the Sacred Knight's target might be him. Although it was somewhat despicable to launch a sneak attack while the other was attacking, Han Shuo couldn't care less. Under the effect of the Earth Elite Zombie, many crisscrossing tunnels had already appeared in the depths of the earth. Han Shuo used the mystical demons to observe the direction of the battle between the 2, while constantly shuttling back and forth. He was ready at any moment to suddenly emerge from underground and teach the Sacred Knight a painful lesson when he was careless. "Corel, I think you should retreat at the critical moment. The current situation isn't something you can control by yourself. As a good friend of many years, I really can't bear to see your end. As long as you give up on Lawrence, I, Dempus, dare to guarantee that you will be able to enjoy your old age in peace. Apart from Lawrence, all your disciples will be safe and sound." In the distance, a gray-haired old magus in his twilight years suddenly sighed. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded in every corner of Lawrence's mansion. Han Shuo, who had been closely watching the Sacred Knight's footsteps, naturally also heard the words of this old magus called Dempus. He couldn't help but separate a mystical demon to pay attention to this old magus. Clang! A ball of dazzling golden light blossomed from the source of the sound, appearing like a glaring sunlight in the pitch-black night sky. However, The strong light only lasted for a moment. Dempus, you old thing. You clearly know of Astrologer Grace's prophecy, yet you still dare to disregard the future of the Lancelot Empire. Do you know that you will become the eternal sinner of the Lancelot Empire? Corell, who had landed after exchanging blows with the Sacred Knight, glared at Dempus and angrily berated him. To the divine eye of God of Light, mere astrology is just an unorthodox sorcery. Corell, you are an outstanding opponent, but it's a pity that you have gone astray and refused to come to your senses. Those who go against the God of Light definitely won't have a good ending. The Sacred Knight landed on a broken roof and sighed. Han Shua was currently below the Sacred Knight. However, the Sacred Knight wasn't fighting intensely with Corell at this time. If Han Shua were to launch a sneak attack now, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve the desired result, and might even be injured by the Sacred Knight. Therefore Han Shua didn't act rashly. Corell, I know that Lawrence is your disciple, but he is only an illegitimate child. This kind of person definitely cannot become the new emperor of the Lancelot Empire. You should just give up on him. I'm getting a little impatient. If you still refuse to come to your senses, I can only personally take action. The old magus said helplessly. In the distance, Lawrence's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the old magus who kept on calling him an illegitimate child. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as though he couldn't wait to rush up and tear the old magus into pieces. You dare! Corell angrily shouted, raising his longsword as he charged at the old magus. You won't be able to pass. The Sacred Knight standing on the roof said with a smile. He brandished the golden spear in his hand and once again blocked Sacred Swordmaster Corell. With the two of them as the center, dazzling golden light once again shot out in all directions. Since you insist on protecting that illegitimate child, then, old friend, I'm very sorry to tell you that I won't drag this on any longer. The old magus said helplessly from afar, taking out an earthen yellow magic staff embedded with many shattered gems from his space ring. Dense earth element suddenly boiled from the depths of the earth and surged towards the old magus from all directions. He hadn't even chanted any magic incantations, yet he actually had such a powerful magic element gathering force. This caused Han Shua's expression to suddenly change. Dempus? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale? Han Shua suddenly reacted. He furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering the Earth Elite Zombie to quickly head towards Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale's location. Although that Sacred Knight was similarly a huge threat, this Earth Sacred Magus Dempus who had nothing better to do might be able to kill Lawrence and his group with a large area of effect spell. In the hands of this Sacred Magus, Earth magic might have many mystical restraining abilities towards the Earth. Han Shua was worried that this person's existence would affect the Earth Elite Zombie's strength deep underground. He hastily gave up on keeping a close eye on the Sacred Knight and rushed towards Dempus Gale's location without a care for anything else. The boundless power of the Earth. Dempus Gale solemnly chanted an incantation while holding a magic staff. Dense earth element boiled in the depths of the earth and slight tremors gradually formed. Han Shua, who was already deep underground, could clearly feel the sudden increase in power from the earth. Han Shua carefully concealed the presence on his body, not touching a single bit of earth as he flew towards Dempus Gale. Due to the omnipresence of earth element in the depths of the earth, Han Shua was worried that his touch would be detected by Dempus Gale, who was concentrating on releasing earth magic. As the beloved of the Earth Elite Zombie had the same power as the Earth. He himself could be seen as the thick Earth, so Han Shua wasn't the least bit worried that the Earth Elite Zombie would be discovered. Father, the Earth is changing. My current strength is still unable to stop this change, but I can change its direction. Do you want me to change its direction? Just as Han Shua was rushing towards Dempus Gale, the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly sent him a message. Han Shua blanked and hastily asked, "What do you mean?" The power contained in the earth will form a huge earthquake and tear the earth into many holes. I have no way to stop this situation from happening, but I can change the location of the earthquake and change the direction of this change. The Earth Elite Zombie honestly transmitted. Han Shua was only stunned for a second before he became ecstatic and said, "Very good. Change the location of the earthquake and release it around that old fellow. Yes, it's the place where the crowd is the most concentrated." When he was overjoyed and gave the Earth Elite Zombie the order, Han Shua had already arrived at the bottom of Earth's sacred Magus Dempus Gale's feet with the Demon Slayer edge. He callously condensed demonic yuan and stabbed upwards with the Demon Slayer edge. Chapter 4:14. With my will as the guide, Earth Splitter. After a lengthy prelude, Earth's sacred Magus Dempus finally finished chanting the complete incantation for the Earth Splitter. Suddenly, sacred Magus Dempus frowned slightly. He felt that the flow of the earth element in the depths of the earth was somewhat uncontrollable. This was a situation that had not occurred in the past 10 years, causing him to vaguely think that he was getting old. Could it be that he had chanted the incantation incorrectly? Just as Dempus was in a daze, he suddenly sensed a soaring baleful aura coming from the bottom of his feet. This soaring baleful aura did not have any concealment. The moment he sensed it, it tore through the hard rock and stabbed towards him like an indestructible sharp sword. Frightened, Earth's sacred Magus Dempus no longer had the leisure to correct the Earth Splitter that had gone out of control. All of his attention was focused on the sudden danger. That surge of killing intent that tore through the rocky ground was blood red in color, and was stabbing towards his feet like a waterfall. Dempus cried out in his heart and hurriedly rose from the ground, using the levitation spell to fly towards the sky. At the same time, Dempus hastily chanted the Earth Armor, the Earth Defensive spell. Dense earth element frantically gathered on his body from all directions. A grayish-brown armor formed from the condensation of the dense earth element, instantly covered Earth's sacred Magus Dempus body. He also released a tenfold gravity spell that only shrouded the area around his feet. Han Shua, who was flying at lightning speed, suddenly felt the pressure increase tenfold when the Demon Slayer edge was about to pierce Dempus' feet. His speed of soaring into the sky unknowingly slowed down for a moment. Han Shua promptly made a decision and frantically poured his demonic yuan into the Demon Slayer edge, while his body abruptly descended. Under the infusion of Han Shua's demonic yuan, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly flew out with thousands of blood rays. It was no longer affected by the gravitational force after a moment of hesitation in the air, blasting towards Earth's sacred Magus Dempus with the blood ray of 10,000 cuts. Dempus' expression was aghast. In his haste, he did not have the time to chant another earth magic spell. Without hesitation, he smashed the magic staff in his hand down with all his might. The magic staff in his hand was similarly condensed with dense earth elements, becoming as hard as the most solid diamond. Amidst the ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing, Dempus' magical staff was shattered into pieces by the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge, which had finally become an arrow at the end of its flight, still persistently bombarded Dempus' body, enveloping Dempus, who was covered by the earth armor, before finally releasing its remaining energy into Dempus' body. Dempus' earth armor did not have any damage, but the strands of cold air within the Demon Slayer edge had penetrated through the earth armor's physical defense and directly entered Dempus' old body. Earth's sacred Magus Dempus shuddered as his eyebrows suddenly froze. Beside Dempus, some of the experts who had followed him over only reacted at this moment. In an instant, all kinds of magic and weapons bombarded the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge slithered forward like a python, evading most of the attacks before suddenly disappearing into the ground. Rumble, at the same time, an earth-shaking rumble suddenly came from beneath their feet. The knights and soldiers standing on the ground all lost their balance and began to sway from side to side. All of a sudden, hundreds of earth spikes burst out from the ground like sword rays, piercing some of the knights and soldiers who were caught off guard and killed them. Amidst the violent rumbles, the ground suddenly split open with many large and small ravines. The bottomless ravines swallowed dozens of lives. For a moment, the area with Dempus as the center had become the main area to withstand the effects of the Earth Splitter spell. Amidst the rumbles, people were continuously killed by this astonishingly powerful earth magic. Dempus, who had the cold air invading his body, could feel the chaotic cold air in his body. He felt that his body had turned from spring to winter. His hands and feet suddenly became somewhat stiff and numb. He was so cold that cold air was emitting from his entire body. His hair and eyebrows were actually showing signs of freezing. Dempus had obviously also discovered the abnormal movements that were impossible to appear beneath his feet. Unfortunately, Dempus, whose hands and feet had turned cold due to the cold air, was unable to suppress the abnormality beneath his feet. He could only tremble as he watched his Earth Splitter spell cause huge casualties on his side. Lord Mage, what is going on? A temple knight of the Church of Light was pulled up from the abyss by a white-robed priest. He angrily looked at Dempus, who was floating in the air above his head, and reprimanded. Kakakaka. Dempus was very anxious as he tried to explain that this wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out of his mouth was this kind of trembling sound. Lord Mage, are you too old? You can actually release such a crucial spell wrongly. Do you know how many experts we have lost because of this wrong spell of yours? Another white-robed priest of the Church of Light similarly had a furious expression. Sacred Swordmaster Corel, who was rapidly charging over, suddenly sensed the abnormality at Dempus' side midway. His heart was filled with doubts. After a few cross slashes forced the Sacred Knight to retreat, Corel frowned as he looked at Dempus from afar. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He immediately abandoned the Sacred Knight and turned around to rush towards Lawrence's side. The survivors beside Dempus, who were frantically cleaning up the mess, didn't have the leisure to care about Han Shuo, who had once again dived into the ground. One by one, they pulled up their companions who were still struggling in the gully, and helped treat the wounds of the survivors who had been stabbed by the earth spikes. Han Shuo rapidly distanced himself from Dempus' area after his attack. The Demon Slayer edge returned to his hand. Unknowingly, Han Shuo had arrived beneath the feet of the Sacred Knight from the Church of Light. Calmly observing the Sacred Knight through a mystical demon, Han Shuo discovered that the Sacred Knight was looking at Dempus with a puzzled expression. He was frowning as though he was considering something. Han Shuo held his breath and concentrated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the mystical demon to observe every change in the Sacred Knight's expression from afar. He was looking for the most opportune moment to give the Sacred Knight a fatal blow. The Sacred Knight looked at Dempus with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. His puzzled expression turned into anxiety. The golden spear in his hand trembled as he rushed towards Dempus, as though he wanted to help Dempus disperse the cold air in his body. Han Shuo, who had been waiting for the most opportune moment, suddenly used the same trick again when the Sacred Knight had just taken a step. He once again made use of the Demon Slayer edge's unstoppable sharpness to pierce through the ground towards the Sacred Knight's left foot that had yet to take a step. The boundless killing intent couldn't be concealed. The Sacred Knight's expression greatly changed as he immediately retracted his right foot. His right foot, which was mixed with divine energy and fighting aura, ferociously kicked towards the bottom of his foot. Han Shuo's Demon Slayer edge had just pierced through the ground when a torrential force violently surged over. Rumble! The Sacred Knight stomped his right foot and a large ball of golden light suddenly entered the ground. With his right foot as the center, a round pit suddenly appeared. Han Shuo definitely didn't expect the Sacred Knight's reaction to be so quick. Before the Demon Slayer edge could stab into the Sacred Knight's left foot, the Sacred Knight had already retracted his right foot and exploded with a terrifying force. The soft ground suddenly became as heavy as a mountain under the force of that stomp, forcibly stopping Han Shuo's sneak attack deep underground. Marquis Brian, I knew it was you. The Sacred Knight above laughed loudly. The golden spear in his hand trembled with hundreds of strands of golden light. He waved it for a moment before abruptly stabbing it into the deep pit beneath his feet. Suddenly, needle-like fighting aura pierced through the ground and shot towards Han Shuo at high speed. Those strands of golden fighting aura contained a sacred aura that Han Shuo loathed immensely. With a speed that made it impossible for Han Shuo to dodge, they arrived in front of Han Shuo in an instant. Cursing loudly in his heart, Han Shuo raised the Demon Slayer edge in his hand to form a black screen formed from demonic yuan to defend against the hundreds of strands of fighting aura. His body hastily deployed a protective shield to form a second layer of defense against the hundreds of strands of golden light. The hastily formed black screen shattered like an eggshell when the 57 strands of golden light arrived at the same time. The remaining dozens of strands of golden light pierced Han Shuo like golden lightning. Han Shuo only felt as if his body had been continuously pierced with steel needles dozens of times. His incomparably tough body couldn't withstand it, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective shield dimmed. Han Shuo looked as if he had been pierced dozens of times by arrows. Dozens of finger-sized bloody holes suddenly appeared on his body. Even his forehead had 3 bloody holes, completely destroying Han Shuo's handsome face, making him appear incomparably terrifying. "Kid, I knew you were up to no good. I was waiting for your sneak attack. You're still a bit too inexperienced." The Sacred Knight's laughter came from above. He flicked the spear in his hand and prepared to attack Han Shuo again. This was the first time Han Shuo had failed like this since he started cultivating. He cursed the Sacred Knight's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He knew that his premeditated sneak attack had been seen through long ago, and that he had ended up in a situation where he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Forcefully resisting the urge to charge out and fight it out with the Sacred Knight, Han Shuo didn't wait for the Sacred Knight's next wave of attacks to arrive. He decisively returned along the path he had come from. Having cultivated the demonic arts to Han Shuo's level, as long as his consciousness wasn't scattered and his demon infant wasn't destroyed, he would be able to recover no matter how great the damage to his body was. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't worried about his disfigured face. There were too many experts on the other side. Han Shuo knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by forcefully going out. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. The Earth Elite Zombie, who had just destroyed the Earth Sacred Magus Dempus's Earthfisher, suddenly felt the boundless anger and resentment in Han Shuo's heart. The Earth Elite Zombie, who was deeply affected, disobeyed Han Shuo's orders for the first time. He actually forcibly escaped from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, thousands of earth spikes abruptly rose from the ground one by one. The earth was like a continuous stretch of forest, undulating up and down. While the Sacred Knight's body was unstable, the Earth Elite Zombie, who had been naive all along, recklessly charged at the Sacred Knight. Chunks of earth flew out from the earth and stuck to the Earth Elite Zombie's body. In an extremely short period of time, the Earth Elite Zombie was covered by tens of thousands of tons of earth. The Earth Elite Zombie had turned into a 10-meter-tall clay man. His original naive appearance could no longer be seen, as though he had merged with the earth. He ferociously stomped on the somewhat stunned Sacred Knight. "No!" Han Shuo, who was deep in the earth, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ignoring the bloody wounds on his body, Han Shuo once again soared into the sky from the ground, anxiously charging at the Sacred Knight. However, before Han Shuo could get close to the Sacred Knight, the golden spear in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling golden light. The spear stabbed right at the foot of the 10-meter-tall clay man that the Earth Elite Zombie had transformed into. A torrential force suddenly erupted, all of it rushing into the Earth Elite Zombie's body. The Earth Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from mud, suddenly shone brightly after the golden light entered it. Soon after, large chunks of the mud covering its body fell off. The Earth Elite Zombie, which had returned to its original size, was struck by a beam of golden light, and was suddenly sent flying backwards. A large chunk of the natural armor on its chest had caved in deeply. Han Shuo's eyes were crimson red. He had never been as angry as he was now. Little Skull, the Fire Elite Zombies, and the Wood Elite Zombies in the other plane all sent a strong message that they wanted to descend to this plane. They wanted to join forces with Han Shuo to viciously retaliate against the enemy who dared to harm Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie. Han Shuo, who hadn't lost his mind, forcibly stopped Little Skull and the others' urgent desire. He watched as the Earth Elite Zombie actually struggled to charge at the Sacred Knight, once again after falling into the ground to avenge him. Han Shuo choked with sobs as he shouted, "Idiot!" Soon after, Han Shuo ignored the Earth Elite Zombie's persistent desire, and used the fastest speed in his life to chant a reverse magic incantation, forcibly sending the simple-minded Earth Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. "Foolish undead creature. You are truly courting death." The Sacred Knight chuckled as he looked at Han Shuo. He pointed the golden spear in his hand at Han Shuo and said, "This time my target is you. Your strength is not bad. No wonder you were able to force Kos to retreat twice in a row. However, your good luck ends here." Han Shuo had never hated a person as much as he did at this moment. All along, Han Shuo's attitude towards the Church of Light had been to ignore them, taking passive measures to counterattack. It wasn't until the Earth Elite zombie recklessly got injured for him that Han Shua truly made up his mind to fight to the death with the Church of Light. Han Shua's crimson eyes stared at the sacred knight who had a relaxed and boastful expression. He panted violently, ignoring the blood flowing from the bloody holes on his body. Because of his agitation, blood was flowing from the 3 bloody holes on his nose and left cheek, making him look as sinister as a demon who had walked out from the depths of hell. I will remember you. As long as I am alive, the Church of Light will never have a day of peace. Han Shua slowly spat out these words, pausing between each word. He then turned around and flew towards Corel using the demonic 9 heads technique. The space sacred magus of the Lancelot Empire, Sabakas, had appeared at an unknown time. He was currently drawing a teleportation array under Lawrence's feet. Apart from Sabakas, who was concentrating on drawing the teleportation array, everyone's gazes were focused on Han Shua. Phoebe's bright tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes, but she was firmly held down by Carol's hand, preventing her from attempting to fly towards Han Shua. It was obvious that his target wasn't on Han Shua's side. No need. Han Shua smiled as he refused. However, his smile on that terrifying face didn't make one feel at ease. At least, Phoebe started to cry bitterly again. There's really no need. My wound is no longer bleeding. The martial technique I train in is special. This kind of external injury that looks very serious won't have any substantial effect on me. Han Shua couldn't help but explain once again when he saw everyone anxiously trying to apply the medicine on his body. Hearing Han Shua's words, everyone couldn't help but seriously size up Han Shua with a belly full of doubt. All of their expressions suddenly froze. The wounds all over Han Shua's body, from the finger-sized bloody hole that was previously bubbling with blood, all of the fresh blood seemed to have frozen at the entrance of the hole. The scarlet-red muscle fibers on the wound wriggled like worms. The originally finger-sized bloody hole had actually shrunk to half its original size. Sacred Swordmaster Corel, who was always calm and unperturbed, was somewhat doubting his own eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and opened them again, gazing at the bloody hole on Han Shua's body. It had really shrunk to half its original size. Carol's expression changed. With his torch-like eyes, he could clearly see that the bloody hole on Han Shua's body was the size of a pinky finger and was oozing scarlet blood. However, not only had the bleeding stopped, the bloody hole had also shrunk to the size of a chopstick. Han Shua had soared into the sky from the depths of the ground and sent that peculiar undead creature back to the other world before flying back to their side. All of this took less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes was roughly equivalent to 1 trance. Such an unimaginable transformation in such a short period of time. Corel couldn't help but be indescribably astonished. Ballins's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the bloody hole on Han Shua's lower abdomen. This bloody hole near Han Shua's demon infant was now only the size of a toothpick, and no longer as terrifying as it was at the beginning. Demonic arts. This was the might of demonic arts. Ballins shouted in his heart. He who was about to cultivate the demonic arts suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate, and the excitement in his heart became somewhat uncontrollable. Alright, you guys don't have to worry about me. I will recover very quickly. Now we should think of how to block those people's attacks and buy enough time for Mr. Sabakas. Han Shua turned his head to look at the restless enemies and said calmly in a deep voice. Under Han Shua's reminder, everyone had discovered the abnormality on his body. Now that they heard him say these words with a calm expression, they suddenly understood that the current situation was far from good. His expression was calm, without the slightest nervousness that one would expect in the face of danger. He was truly indifferent to favor or disgrace. Han Shua stared blankly and looked at space sacred Magus Sabakas with some astonishment. At this moment, Sabakas no longer had his usual amiable smile. Instead, his focused face had become somewhat solemn. Han Shua understood in his heart that the black hole that had swallowed the meteor rain was released by this old man. However, Han Shua didn't hear Sabakas chanting an incantation earlier. This caused Han Shua to be overwhelmed with shock. But at the same time, He understood that Sabacas was already able to release magic through telepathy. It seemed that even though they were both sacred magi, Sabacas's comprehension of the essence of magic should be higher than Dempus. Let's go. While Han Shuo was in a daze, Phoebe grabbed him and forcefully pulled him into the space magic transportation formation that Sabacas had set up. Before Han Shuo could react, Sabacas had already waved his hand to activate the transportation formation. A white light suddenly flashed and Han Shuo and the others all disappeared. Only Space Sacred Magus Sabacas was left in the entire area. He stabbed the sharp root of the magic formation in his hand downwards, causing the space magic formation that he had painstakingly set up to suddenly shatter, its original appearance no longer visible. Dempus, I didn't expect that a person of your realm would actually do such a thing to rebel against the future of the Lancelot Empire. As a friend of many years, I feel pained for you. After destroying the space magic formation, Sabacas looked at Dempus, who had already arrived in front of him, and sighed, lamenting, I don't believe in that illusory prophecy. Letting that illegitimate child become the king of the Lancelot Empire is simply absurd. Not only me, but many of the nobles in the Empire will not allow this to happen. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the Empire's future. The ones who are obstinate are you. You shouldn't have listened to the words of a muddle-headed astrologer and gambled the Empire's future on a heretic. That's an evil follower of the Calamity Church. How can he bring the future of the Lancelot Empire? Dempus righteously rebuked Sabacas. He was clearly someone who didn't believe in fate. Mr. Sabacas, I greatly respect you as a person and have also heard some of your legends. However, I still have to say that even if you rescue Lawrence and the others, you still won't be able to change their fates. The entire Awesome City is currently under the control of the Duke and the eldest prince. They ultimately won't be able to escape. That sacred knight laughed heartily as he said this to Sabacas. That's not necessarily true. Sabacas calmly looked at the sacred knight and said in a deep voice, at least there's one place that you won't be able to easily control. Chapter 416. Mt. Ordas, Dark Mantle Headquarters. Sabacas' spatial magic array led to the Dark Mantle Headquarters. However, when Han Shuo's group arrived, they discovered that the situation at the Dark Mantle Headquarters wasn't as stable as they had imagined. Mt. Ordas, which had the strongest defense in Awesome City, had begun to fall into chaos from within. All kinds of tight defensive measures had been mostly destroyed. A group of Dark Mantle higher-ups who were inclined towards First Prince Charles, harboring some ulterior motives, had destroyed the Dark Mantle's defensive points within the headquarters. Of the 11 Dark Mantle higher-ups at the previous meeting, apart from the 3 heavyweights who firmly believed in the judgment of the 2 elders, 5 of them had secretly pledged allegiance to First Prince Charles. Impressively, they had retreated at the most crucial moment. Not only had they secretly destroyed the Dark Mantle's internal defensive points, they had also joined forces with the Empire's army to attack the Dark Mantle. The sudden internal changes had caused the heavily guarded Mt. Ordas to similarly become a land of chaos. When Han Shuo's group entered the Dark Mantle headquarters through the magical transportation array, the various shouts in their ears already proved that the situation here was similarly not optimistic. Someone has rebelled. Perhaps they believe that Amis and the other 2 have stayed in their positions for too long and feel that they can replace them. In front of Han Shuo's group, a large hole seemed to have been sliced open by a sharp weapon. Space Sacred Magus Sabacas walked out from within, speaking with a worried expression. The wounds on Han Shuo's body continued to slowly shrink and close up under the nourishment of the magical yuan. The mystical demons roamed through the various tunnels of the Dark Mantle headquarters, slowly reflecting the situation here in his mind. At the foot of Mt. Ordas, an army of 5,000 was stationed, surrounding the Dark Mantle headquarters layer by layer. The 5 upper echelons of the Dark Mantle that Han Shuo had seen last time had joined forces with Charles and Ashburn's forces, and were currently attacking the Dark Mantle headquarters. These 5 people had destroyed various defensive points of the Dark Mantle from the start. They were very familiar with the internal situation of the Dark Mantle. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner under their command. As the mastermind behind the scenes of the Lancelot Empire, The Dark Mantle was still tenaciously withstanding the attacks despite the appearance of 5 traitors. Every member of the Dark Mantle headquarters was a true expert. Faced with the betrayal of their former comrades, the hatred in these people's hearts could not be suppressed. If not for the large number of enemies, these people would have already rushed out of Empty Ordas and skinned the 5 traitors. The 5,000 soldiers at the foot of the mountain is not a huge number. With our arrival, it should be easy to get rid of them. Han Shuo saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons, and immediately frowned as he spoke to Space Sacred Magus Sabakas. Sabakas had a stunned expression, feeling astonished at Han Shuo's ability to control the overall situation. As the controller of space magic, Sabakas had gone to the outer perimeter to take a look before coming over. Only then did he understand the power surrounding Empty Ordas. He did not expect that Han Shuo would actually understand the surrounding situation after being transported to this area. Sabakas had heard too much about the miraculous abilities of Han Shuo from others. However, Sabakas, who had never seen it with his own eyes, clearly had his suspicions. It was only when he heard Han Shuo's words that he seriously looked at Han Shuo that he suddenly discovered that the bloody hole on his face had already completely healed, with no traces of injury visible. Grace's prophecy was indeed accurate. The appearance of such a miraculous person in the Lancelot Empire would indeed bring about a new future for the Lancelot Empire. It seems that there should be a way out of such a terrible situation. Sabakas thought inwardly. Those people are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They were only ordered by Charles and Ashburn to attack Empty Ordas. As soldiers who only know how to obey the orders of their superiors, they are not at fault. The ones who are at fault are the ones who gave them the orders. After Sacred Swordmaster Corel said this, he immediately looked at Han Shuo and said, "Therefore, as the core strength of the Lancelot Empire, they cannot be sacrificed innocently in this battle." After the mystical demons made a large circle, Han Shuo discovered that among the forces surrounding Empty Ordas, there weren't any powerful light mages that could pose a threat to his undead army. He had originally planned to use the undead army and Sabakas space magic to resolve the crisis at Empty Ordas once and for all. However, he didn't expect to be rejected by Corel. Although Han Shuo's soul had descended into the Lancelot Empire, he wasn't truly a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. He didn't place much importance on the lives and deaths of these people, which was why he made this suggestion. However, Sacred Swordmaster Corel had always viewed the future of the Lancelot Empire as his own responsibility, and was obviously unwilling to let those innocent soldiers die tragically under terrifying magic. "Let's find Candide and the others first, then we will think of another way," Sabakas said calmly. "There's no need to find them, they're coming," Han Shuo replied. Not long after Han Shuo said this, the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, as well as the remaining upper echelons that firmly supported Sabakas' decision, all appeared in this area. "Grandfather, we sensed an abnormality in the transportation matrix here, and saw your arrival through the magic mirror." Cecilia was the first to speak with a solemn expression. Emily was also among these people. It was obvious that her attention had been placed on Han Shuo from the start. The bloodstains on Han Shuo's body were still sticky, and there were 2 extremely small holes on his chest that hadn't healed yet. Emily didn't need to think too much to know that Han Shuo was injured. Her eyes suddenly reddened and she really wanted to disregard everything and lean on Han Shuo like Phoebe. She wanted to personally take care of all the wounds on Han Shuo's body, and ask him how his injuries were and if they were serious. Unfortunately, she was well aware of her status and also understood that this might cause trouble for Han Shuo. Under such an extremely unfavorable situation, Emily could only forcefully suppress the worry in her heart, and use her gaze to vaguely express her worry and anxiety. Among this group of people, the one that Han Shuo was most concerned about was Emily. After Han Shuo had descended into the Dark Mantle headquarters, and discovered that the Dark Mantle had also fallen into a tight encirclement, he had immediately started to use mystical demons to search for traces of Emily. He only truly relaxed after discovering that Emily was safe and sound. Emily's reddened eyes were enough to let Han Shuo understand the concern in her heart. He couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. At this moment, Phoebe's small hand that was being held by Han Shuo formed the word calm in Han Shuo's palm. Soon after, Phoebe struggled free of Han Shua's grip and walked towards Emily. Candide and Amis came over and respectfully saluted Sabakas. Soon after, Amis quickly explained the situation and finally said, "This time, the disturbance came from within. It was indeed our negligence. However, it was fortunate that the true authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of us. Therefore, although the headquarters was greatly damaged at the beginning, the situation was finally stabilized under the arrangements of the three of us." At this point, Amis, Candide and the others clearly understood the true situation. After Amis finished speaking, Candide said with a gloomy expression, "Those traitors were mainly in charge of gathering and transmitting information from His Majesty the King's palace. This time, the news of His Majesty the King's death wasn't leaked at all. It was precisely because we didn't prepare in advance that we ended up in such a passive situation." "They must die," Lawrence lightly shouted, enunciating each word. Lawrence, who had already grieved, now had an ice-cold expression. During this period of time, Uhtred had wholeheartedly encouraged and supported Lawrence, causing Lawrence to have extremely deep feelings for Uhtred. Lawrence, who was also a ruthless person, clearly understood that Uhtred's sudden death was inseparably related to Charles and Ashburn. Ossen City has 4 city gates. The city guards at the north are controlled by Count Boris. I reckon that the north of the city is slightly safer now," Amis said with a grave expression. Nodding his head, Lawrence calmly said, "It's best for us to settle the rebellion within Ossen City. Once we leave Ossen City, Charles and Ashburn will be able to distort the truth. A large-scale war is definitely not an outcome I wish to see. In this way, even if we ultimately emerge victorious, the Lancelot Empire's strength will be greatly damaged." "That's right. It's best to settle the matter within Ossen City. I'm afraid that this is also Ashburn and Charles's intention. Currently, the Lancelot Empire has powerful enemies outside its borders. Once the princes fall into internal strife due to seizing power, I reckon that the Lancelot Empire will really head towards destruction." Carell agreed with Lawrence's words and immediately expressed his position. "In that case, the fastest way to settle the rebellion is to get rid of Ashburn and Charles. As long as the two of them are dead, the leaderless Lancelot Empire will no longer be a threat. However, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to carry out this matter. They are definitely aware of this point. I reckon that there will be many experts protecting Ashburn and Charles." Lawrence continued, "Let's not discuss this matter for the time being. Old Han and the others are at the north of the city. Other than him, your father and a few other marquises who are still alive are all within the castle of the Northern City Guard. For the time being, Ashburn and the others have yet to truly attack the north of the city. That place can become our main camp and we can discuss in detail there," Han Shua suddenly said. Lawrence was somewhat startled when he heard this and asked, "They are all there?" Nodding his head, Han Shua said with certainty, "That's right." Chapter 417. At such a crucial moment, it went without saying how useful a person who had an accurate understanding of the entire situation would be. Thus, when everyone discovered that Han Shua was explaining the situation of the various districts of Ossen City with great familiarity, they were momentarily stunned by Han Shua's calm and natural performance. "Brian, how can you know the situation of the various districts of Ossen City when you're here?" After the appearance of those 5 traitors, many of the Dark Mantle's networks were destroyed. The 5 of them know the distribution of some of the Dark Mantle's main networks. Even the Dark Mantle can't easily grasp the situation of Ossen City. Could it be that you can? Sabaka stared blankly at Han Shua, asking in astonishment after a while. Nodding his head, Han Shua calmly admitted, "I can." When these words were said, everyone's expression was both surprised and delighted. However, the delight was clearly more than astonishment. If what Han Shua said was true, then Han Shua alone could accomplish the intelligence gathering and monitoring that the various Dark Mantle networks were originally responsible for. In the current incomparably chaotic Ossen City, if Han Shua could really understand the situation of every corner of Ossen City, everyone would be able to make the correct judgment and seize the opportunity to reverse the current unfavorable situation. When the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, including the 2 sacred rank characters, heard Han Shua say the 2 words, I can," so confidently, their expressions became lifeless for a moment. They even forgot about the numerous experts surrounding them. While the few of them were indescribably shocked, Han Shuo seemed to think that they weren't shocked enough and continued to add, not only the situation of the 4 districts of Awson City, but even the conversation between Ashburn and Charles, as well as the implementation and details of every step they took. I can see all of it without missing a single detail. As long as I'm willing, I can clearly see any place in Awson City, other than those areas with layers of barriers. As long as I'm given some time, I'll know what they're doing and saying. What I said is true. For example, right now, Ashburn and Charles have gathered together to discuss how to take down the Northern District. Oh, they said that Count Boris has an officer called Bishop who's one of their men. What's wrong? When Han Shuo was halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed that everyone around him was staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Are you a god?" Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had lost to Han Shuo last time, stared blankly for a moment before speaking out the thoughts of everyone with a respectful tone. "Are you a god?" The 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Lawrence, the 2 sacred rank archmages, and even Ballins, Emily, Phoebe, and the others suddenly realized that the words they wanted to say had been spoken in advance by this fellow. To be able to see every region of a city clearly without missing out any information he wanted to know. Such an existence, other than a god. Even a demigod powerhouse could not do it. Could this guy in front of him be a hidden god, who had fallen to the mortal world? Carrying this kind of doubt, everyone's gazes converged on Han Shuo's body, anxiously waiting for Han Shuo's explanation. Han Shuo naturally wasn't an idiot. His short moment of doubt was swept away by Crowley's "Are you a god?" He immediately understood what the 12 mystical demons that were everywhere signified to the people of this world. "No, this is a special effect that comes with the martial technique that I practice. It's nothing special." "Oh, that's right, Ballins, I will impart this martial technique to you after some time. At that time you will understand what's going on," Han Shuo hastily explained. When the sluggish Ballins heard Han Shuo's words, he was so happy that he almost fainted. Fortunately, Ballins hadn't lived in vain for so many years. He hastily stabilized his chaotic emotions and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." Everyone's envious and jealous gazes instantly focused on the excited Ballins. Even Sacred Swordmaster Corel, whose heart was as calm as water, felt a little envious of Ballins. He thought that Ballins's eyes were really sharp, to actually find such a mystical senior brother. "I also want to learn." Phoebe's bright eyes fixated on Han Shuo's body as she said straightforwardly. Han Shuo was slightly startled. He shot a glance at Phoebe, coughed dryly, and pretended to be serious as he said, "The sect's secret technique cannot be passed on to outsiders, not even to my wife." However, in his heart, Han Shuo thought, "Since you have a request for me, then I must properly grab hold of it. I can't easily agree, I must at least let you know your place." "Phoebe, don't mess around." Sacred Swordmaster Corel frowned as he berated Phoebe. Phoebe was most afraid of this teacher of hers. She resentfully glared at Han Shuo after hearing his words, and inwardly thought that when they were alone, no matter if she pestered him relentlessly or attacked him tenderly, she must definitely dig out this martial technique from him. "I know, Bishop. I didn't expect him to be a traitor. We must immediately head to the northern part of the city and stabilize the situation there." Lawrence's heart was burning with impatience. He planned to first head to the northern part of the city where Boris was. Up until now, only the northern city guard was still under their control. "You guys leave first. I'll seal off Emeritus." One of the 3 heavyweights, Candide, hesitated for a moment before saying to everyone with a gloomy expression that never changed even after 10,000 years. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas hesitated for a moment after hearing Candide's words, then nodded and said, "All right, it's good to seal off Mt. Ordas for the time being. At least after the northern part of the city falls, we can still temporarily hide in Mt. Ordas, or leave Awson City through the magic array on Mt. Ordas. Oh, fortunately, the authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the 3 of you. Otherwise, if those fellows were to find out more of the Dark Mantle's secrets, I'm afraid we would really be in big trouble this time." From the conversation between Candide and Sabakas, Han Shuo understood that the Dark Mantle was still hiding many secrets. Han Shua had never heard of sealing off the mountain. However, it seemed that the entire Mt. Ordas could be sealed off. The two of them said that the Dark Mantle headquarters could still be the last stronghold once the mountain was sealed off. This meant that the safety of Mt. Ordas after being sealed off should not be a problem. Candide, I'll leave this place to you for the time being. This is our badge. Amis held the badge that represented his identity and solemnly handed it over to Candide. Be careful. The other member of the three heavyweights, Cecilia, similarly handed over the badge that represented her identity to Candide with a solemn expression. If Mt. Ordas is to be sealed off, it can only be activated with the identity badges of the three leaders. Once Mt. Ordas is sealed off, all the entrances and exits and the common magic array will be sealed. Apart from the few of us, anyone who doesn't know the method can forget about freely entering and leaving Mt. Ordas. Amis explained to Han Shua, Lawrence, and the others. Even Han Shua didn't know about this secret. When Han Shua looked at Emily, he discovered that Emily also had a puzzled expression on her face. After carefully observing the surroundings, Han Shua discovered that there were quite a few Dark Mantle higher-ups here. However, the ones who truly knew about this secret were probably only the three heavyweights and the four elders. From the looks of it, as the largest and most terrifying organization in the empire, the secrets hidden by the Dark Mantle shouldn't be as little as what everyone had seen. Sealing off the entire Mt. Ordas was probably just the tip of the iceberg. After Amis finished explaining, everyone made a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the fact that Mt. Ordas had yet to be sealed off in Candide's hands, they used the existing transportation array here to directly reach the Dark Mantle's branch stronghold in the Northern City District. The Northern City District was similarly attacked. Han Shua's mansion was here. However, compared to the other districts, the Northern City District was still considered safe. Those who attacked Han Shua's mansion, regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their objective, had all left the Northern City District before the Knights of the Northern City Army arrived. Arriving at Boris's castle in the Northern City District, the powers that were inclined towards Lawrence gathered together. As Han Shua could clearly see the distribution of Ashburn's forces and knew the details of their next steps, Han Shua had become the most important person. Under Han Shua's description, the distribution of Ashburn's and the eldest prince's forces, the secret movements of the various nobles, the current situation within the imperial palace, and the movements of the other two princes were all discovered by everyone. Within the extremely chaotic Asen city, Lawrence's side had someone like Han Shua who could see through the entire situation. The benefits to Lawrence's side were quickly manifested. Under Han Shua's guidance, the 12 traitors within the Northern City Guard, led by Bishop, were all executed over the next 2 days. Some of the nobles who had luckily escaped and rebelled against Ashburn were escorted into the castle by sacred Magus Sabakas. 2 attacks against Ashburn and the others from the Northern City Guard were ambushed by a trap that had been set up beforehand. The leaders were killed on the spot. With Han Shua's existence, Lawrence, Old Han, and the other military strategists were adept at using the power in their hands. Under the circumstances of not using their own side, they firmly defended the Northern City District. Furthermore, they slowly accumulated the power in their hands, forming the only power in Asen City that could threaten Ashburn and Charles. However, Ashburn, Charles, and the others' advantage was too great. Currently, 4/5 of Asen City was under their control. The power in their hands was also 4 times that of Lawrence and the others. The temporary victory of the Northern City Guard didn't seem to be enough to reverse the overall situation. On the 3rd day, when everyone was anxiously pondering on how to resolve this problem, Han Shua suddenly discovered through the mystical demons that there was an iron-blooded army of 50,000 stationed at the Northern City Gate of Asen City. It was also on the same night that a skinny middle-aged man grabbed Fanny and scolded Han Shua the entire way. He barged into the Northern City District's castle and brought new trouble to Han Shua. He raised his left hand and the demon slayer edge burst out from his palm. With a clang, it collided with the tip of the spear, shattering the spear inch by inch. "Father, you said you wanted to have a good talk." Fanny grabbed Forenza with both hands, loudly berating him while helplessly looking at Han Shuo. She repeatedly winked at Han Shuo. Isn't this a good talk? If not, why would I have come here alone? This brat could get rid of Lia Kane, and there are so many old farts here protecting him. If I didn't come here to have a good talk, then what is a good talk? Firenze turned around and glared at Fanny, lightly scolding, "Lass, let go of me. I want to have a good talk with him." Old Han, Amies, and the others had just walked to Han Shua's side when they were scolded by Firenze's, "So many old farts." Old Han was furious. He pointed at Firenze and angrily rebuked, "You lunatic, who are you calling old farts? I'm not scolding you." Firenze snorted with a cold face. Old Han's expression relaxed. Just as he was about to stop pursuing the matter, he was almost angered to death by Firenze's next words. "I'm scolding all of you. Don't think that I won't know he's inside just because he didn't come out." Firenze sneered as he looked at old Han's relaxed expression before decisively adding on. Han Shuo blankly stared at Firenze. He thought to himself that this guy really had a personality. It seemed that someone who dared to beat up Grand Duke Ashburn in court was indeed not an ordinary person. "Motherfucker, you mad dog. When did I offend you?" Old Han rarely got angry these past few years. However, upon seeing Firenze, he was infuriated to the point of even cursing. "Your wife snatched my daughter's man. And Carol's disciple also snatched my daughter's man. Motherfucker, are you bullying me because I'm in the southern border and can't do anything here? That's why all of you are bullying an honest person like me." Firenze was indeed like what old Han said. He was like a mad dog scolding whoever he caught. When these words were spoken, Emily's charming face immediately turned deathly pale. Han Shua's heart also trembled, thinking that this was going to be fun. As expected, old Han's expression suddenly sunk. He looked coldly at Firenze and said, "What do you mean? Tell me clearly. If you dare to slander my family, I'll pursue this matter even if it costs my life." Unknowingly, Sacred Swordmaster Corel and Sabakas had also walked out from inside. Corel glared at Firenze and shouted, "What do you mean? The Empire is in chaos now. How long are you going to cause trouble for? This brat already has those two girls, Phoebe and Emily, yet he still dares to provoke my daughter. Don't you know that?" Firenze didn't fear old Han and Carol's fury at all as he sneered and said these words. After pausing for a moment as if he felt that he hadn't caused enough trouble, Firenze coldly added, "I will definitely pursue this matter. Before this matter is resolved, the internal strife of the Empire has nothing to do with me. You can cause trouble however you like. Whoever lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Motherfucker, even if the Lancelot Empire is finished, I won't allow anyone to bully my daughter. If you guys want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." When these words were spoken, everyone's gaze wandered between Han Shuo, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe. Old Han and Carol's faces were ashen. On one hand, they were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. On the other hand, they were shaken by Firenze's reckless words. Regardless of whether it was old Han or Corel, they had devoted their entire lives to the Lancelot Empire. To them, the Lancelot Empire's future was what they truly cared about. Firenze, this madman, could disregard the Lancelot Empire's existence, but they couldn't. "Emily, is what he said true?" Old Han's expression was somewhat ugly as he looked at the pitiful Emily who was on the verge of tears and asked. "Now that things have come to this, I have nothing else to say. You all know how I have treated you. Here I will give you all a choice and you all will also give yourselves a choice. If you are willing to follow me, as long as you agree, I will face any difficulties together with you. As long as you are willing to follow me, I guarantee that I will treat you well in the future, and won't let anyone bully you. If you can't accept it, then consider it as me owing you all in this lifetime. Our fate in this lifetime ends here. From today onwards, we will no longer have any relationship." "Brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Now that things have come to this, do you still want to have women on both sides?" Firenze was furious. He lifted up his sleeves, intending to settle the score with Han Shuo. Han Shuo's face was gloomy. He glared at Firenze and angrily said, "None of your business. The one I want to marry isn't you. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Damn it, this stinking brat has quite a temper. No one in Lancelot Empire dares to speak to me like this. Let's see how you... Firenze loudly shouted and prepared to charge at Han Shuo. Father, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fanny grabbed Firenze and shouted. I'm willing. I don't care about anything. As long as you want me, I will follow you. The tearful Emily was the first to express her stance. She was already willing to give up everything. Emily tightly grabbed onto Han Shuo's hand. Due to the force, her fingertips had sunk into his flesh. It was as though Emily wanted to use this method to gain strength and courage. Brother, I'm sorry. I love him. I'm very sorry for bringing trouble to you, but I can't leave him. Emily's tears flowed down her cheeks as she looked at Amy's. Amy's body trembled. He suddenly recalled the miserable childhood that the two of them had to depend on each other for many years. Silly girl, what are you saying these things for? No matter what, I will always stand by your side. Amy said to Emily with a doting smile on his face. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. This was how Amy's felt towards Emily. Both of their parents died when they were young. It was Amy's who painstakingly brought up Emily. Everything that the two of them had today was obtained step by risking their lives. In Amy's heart, the most important person in this world was his younger sister. He married Emily to the Betteridge family. But Emily's husband died on the battlefield before they could consummate their marriage. After so many years, Emily became a widow with a hot potato. Amy's clearly understood Emily's pain all these years. He had placed all the blame on himself and had always wanted to fight for Emily's happiness. However, Emily didn't have anyone she liked. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Amy's felt that it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Without thinking, he would naturally prioritize his younger sister's happiness. Thank you, big brother. Emily cried as she expressed her thanks. Soon after, she looked at old Han, who had a strange expression on his face, and continued, Father, I have been living very well in the Betteridge family all these years. I really treat you as my father. I also know that you dote on me very much, and I am very grateful to you. I know that my actions might have tarnished the Betteridge family's reputation. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Father. You have always been my father. Old Han's expression froze as he stared blankly at Emily. After a long while, Old Han sighed and did not say anything. With a lonely expression, he walked towards the meeting hall on the third floor. I am also willing. I don't care about anything. Father, please don't meddle in my affairs. Fanny tightly grabbed onto Firenze, as if she was afraid that Firenze would be so enraged that he would throw caution to the wind. She continued in a shrill voice, If you don't promise me, I will run away from home again and make it so that you will never be able to find me again. Firenze, who had been clamoring about killing Han Shuo, was suddenly stunned. His face flushed red as he pointed at Han Shuo and cursed, What's so good about this kid? There are so many good men in the Lancelot Empire. Why do you have to be so fixated on a half-hearted fellow? For him, you actually want to run away from home? Father, you may be good at fighting, but you will never understand true love. My mother has been waiting for you her entire life, always worried that something would happen to you on the battlefield. When she was sick and on the verge of death, you were still fighting a war thousands of miles away. Even when my mother died of depression, you were not by her side. You have already destroyed her life's happiness. Don't tell me you want to destroy my happiness as well? Fanny was somewhat hysterical. Seeing Firenze break free from her hand and rush towards Han Shuo, she suddenly shrieked. Firenze, who had struggled with great difficulty to break free from Fanny's grasp, suddenly froze midway. His face was extremely distorted and his breathing was uneven. It was as if he was some kind of wild beast about to go berserk. Everyone was startled and looked at Firenze with some apprehension, fearing that he would do something crazy regardless of everything. This person's reputation had always been different from ordinary people. Therefore, everyone had reason to believe that he would go crazy. Even Han Shuo was somewhat apprehensive and secretly raised his guard. He thought that if Firenze dared to recklessly attack his opponent, he would first knock him out and tie him up to prevent him from jumping up and down energetically. At that time he would explain everything to Fanny. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Ferencz's distorted face actually gradually calmed down. However, his expression was still frighteningly gloomy. After a long while, Ferenc turned his head to look at Fanny. Using a calm tone for the first time in a long time, he asked Fanny, "Lass, have you really made up your mind?" Immediately nodding, Fanny's expression was resolute as she said, "Father, I have decided." "Brat, can you bring Lass happiness?" Ferenc fiercely glared at Han Shuo and asked word by word, "As long as I am alive, no one can bully her." Han Shuo raised his hand and solemnly guaranteed with a solemn expression. Chapter 420. Father. Fanny quietly walked to Ferenc's side. Her bright eyes gazed at him as she said faintly, "Father." Ferenc stared blankly at Han Shuo. After a long while he suddenly shook his head and sighed, saying, "Fine, fine. Since you insist, I won't stop you." "Thank you, Father." Fanny's expression was filled with joy. Soon after, she looked at Han Shuo affectionately. Han Shuo also heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded at Fanny and bowed to Ferenc, saying, "I will bring her happiness, I promise." "Humph. You brat, you have two beauties in your arms. How can you talk about bringing her happiness? If my daughter is bullied by you, I don't care who you are. I will definitely settle the score with you." Ferenc didn't treat Han Shuo kindly and shouted coldly. Han Shuo smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he cast his gaze at Phoebe. Among the three women, Phoebe was the strongest and most independent. Now that Fanny and Emily had expressed their stand, only the pale-faced Phoebe was left. Phoebe seemed to have received quite a shock. Her originally delicate face was a little too pale. She stared blankly at Han Shuo without saying a word, as if she had suddenly become stupid. Beside Phoebe, Lawrence suddenly coughed lightly and pulled the corner of Phoebe's sleeve, reminding the dazed Phoebe to stop hesitating. Phoebe suddenly came to her senses. She repeatedly struggled in her heart as she recalled the many past experiences she had with Han Shuo. The ambiguous moment when they assassinated their opponent in the Bust Merchant Guild, the sweet moment when they were escaping together, and the concern Han Shuo had for her, even gifting her the divine weapon Starry Sky without hesitation. These warm memories were like a love net. When Phoebe recalled them, they wrapped tighter and tighter around her, making her feel as if she couldn't breathe. However, as a strong and independent woman, Phoebe had never thought of sharing a man with anyone. Last time when it came to Emily, she made a great effort to understand the situation in detail. Only then did she forgive Han Shuo for his outrageous actions. However, this Fanny situation was somewhat different from that of Emily. Han Shuo's attitude towards Fanny made her understand how strong the love between the two was. In addition, Fanny's birth and family background were superior to hers. Phoebe was somewhat unacceptable to her. Han Shuo silently looked at Phoebe. When he saw the struggle in Phoebe's eyes, the guilt in his heart flourished. Enduring the piercing pain in his heart, Han Shuo said bitterly, "Forget it, Phoebe. I've let you down for the rest of your life." When these words came out, Phoebe's eyes were suddenly filled with endless pain. Her face suddenly became as white as paper. Phoebe looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. Her strong heart felt as if it had been shattered by a bayonet. Her body swayed slightly, and Phoebe actually fell backwards. Han Shuo, who had been staring deeply at Phoebe, immediately paled in fright when he saw Phoebe's body sway and fall backwards. Without thinking, he flew to Phoebe's side. Before she fell, he had already supported Phoebe with one hand and cried out anxiously, "Phoebe, what's wrong with you?" A white shadow flashed by as Corel also arrived at Phoebe's side. Corel was originally preparing to support Phoebe, but Han Shuo beat him to it. Corel had an anxious expression as he extended two fingers and placed them on Phoebe's nose. After pausing for 3 seconds, he clearly heaved a sigh of relief. He resisted the anger in his heart and said, "She fainted. It's all your fault." At this time Han Shuo didn't have the energy to bicker with Corel. When he heard Corel say that Phoebe had only fainted, his heart calmed down. Soon after, he placed his right hand on Phoebe's back and channeled his magical yuan into her. The grief-stricken Phoebe felt a warm feeling on her back. Soon after, she slowly woke up. When she opened her bright eyes and saw Han Shua's worried face, she felt all kinds of emotions surge into her heart. She could no longer pretend to be strong. Tears suddenly gushed out of her eyes like a spring and she burst out crying. Her two fists bombarded Han Shua's chest like raindrops. Phoebe scolded as she hit, "You heartless scoundrel, you actually dare to say such words to me. You cheated me of a lifetime of happiness, and even now you want to wash your hands of it. Do you even have a conscience?" Han Shua's chest resounded as Phoebe hit him. He had a bitter expression on his face. Looking at the sobbing Phoebe in his arms, Han Shua also felt very pained. However, at this moment, Han Shua really didn't know what to say to comfort Phoebe. He could only repeat the words, "I'm sorry," over and over again. Phoebe had never lost her composure like today. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she had never been as weak as she was today. Not to mention there were so many elders and dignitaries here. With Phoebe's temperament, she wouldn't show the slightest bit of weakness. However, when Han Shua said forget it, Phoebe felt as if the sky had collapsed. In an instant it was as if the whole world had turned gray, without a trace of color. The piercing pain destroyed all of Phoebe's pretense, and Phoebe was beaten black and blue all over her body. Emily and Fanny's line of sight never left Han Shua. Seeing Phoebe's fists bombard Han Shua's chest, they felt very distressed. They were afraid that Phoebe would injure Han Shua indiscriminately. The expressions of the surrounding observers were all different. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the man and three women. They wanted to intervene in this kind of matter, but it was a pity that this kind of situation wasn't up to them. They could only watch helplessly as the situation developed in a direction that they couldn't explain at all. That's great. Brian is really something." Among the crowd, Lawrence was the happiest. He was overjoyed. Han Shua and the three women represented four powers. Once they became enemies, Lawrence would have no hope of ascending the throne. During these few minutes, Lawrence felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was more nervous than anyone else. He was really afraid that the four sides would recklessly cause a huge commotion and destroy all of his hopes. It wasn't until now that Phoebe was crying loudly and leaning into Han Shua's embrace that Lawrence finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood in his heart that although none of the three sides were satisfied with this result, because of the three women's insistence, none of them had the ability to change this favorable situation. "I'm sorry." Han Shua hugged Phoebe, still repeating these three words. Tired of hitting and scolding, Phoebe gradually calmed down the pain in her heart. Chapter 421. The sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to quickly extricate themselves from the matter of Han Shua's group of four. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression as they began to fret over the attack of Ashburn, Charles, and the others. "Kid, how did you know that old fox Ashburn is coming?" Forenza looked at Han Shua suspiciously, as if he didn't quite believe what Han Shua had said. Among these people, Forenza was the least familiar with Han Shua. He wasn't like Corel, Sabakas, and the others who knew that Han Shua possessed a mysterious martial technique that allowed him to see through the entire situation. Seeing that Han Shua had said so with such certainty, he naturally didn't quite believe it. "He indeed knows," Sabakas explained to Forenza. "It is precisely because of his mystical insight that we have been able to hold on until now." Forenza was stunned. Shortly after, he looked at Han Shua in astonishment, not understanding how Han Shua had done it. Forenza knew that Sabakas wasn't the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Since he said that Han Shua could do it, then Han Shua would definitely be able to do it. This time, the ones who have come include the city guards from the other city gates. With our current army, we shouldn't be able to resist them. In addition, that Sacred Knight and the Temple Knights from the Church of Light, including Earth's Sacred Magus Dempus, are in the middle of this group. Han Shua closed his eyes and described the layout and military strength of Ashburn, and the others through his mystical demons. No details could escape Han Shua's eyes. These days, everyone had long become familiar with Han Shua's mystical insight. They all listened attentively to Han Shua's detailed explanation of Ashburn's military strength. With Han Shua's deep voice, scenes after scenes were displayed before everyone's eyes. The movements of Ashburn and the others were completely exposed. After Han Shuo finished his explanation, Firenze said with a calm face, "It seems that Ashburn intends to take down the northern city district in one go. Firenze, what do you think we should do?" At some point, Old Han had also walked over and said to Firenze in a serious tone, "You give the order to open up Asen City and I will bring my troops over." Ashburn has gone crazy. It seems that His Majesty the King's prediction was right. Firenze said with a murderous look, You brought your troops here?" Old Han was obviously shocked as he looked at Firenze in astonishment. "Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I come to Asen City alone at this time of chaos? Don't tell me I'm here to watch a show?" Firenze glared at Old Han, then casually pointed at Boris, the leader of the Northern City Army, and said, "Why don't you and I make a trip to the North Gate?" "All right, I'll go with you immediately." Boris didn't express any displeasure at Firenze's order, and immediately agreed. In front of Firenze, regardless of experience or seniority, Boris was far inferior to him. Firenze had always been arrogant and haughty, but he had the qualifications to be so. This was something that everyone in the Lancelot Empire was aware of. Furthermore, it was obvious that Firenze intended to help Lawrence. As Lawrence's uncle, Boris was naturally very happy and didn't dare to have any objections. "Thank you. I will definitely remember Lord's righteous act." Lawrence, who had been silent all this time, suddenly bowed deeply to Firenze and said with a solemn expression. Firenze casually waved his hand, obviously not taking Lawrence's gesture to heart. He said impatiently, "Bullshit righteous act. If it wasn't for His Majesty repeatedly begging me before his death, I wouldn't have bothered with your trivial matters. I don't care who becomes the new king. In any case, no one dares to lay their hands on my southern border province. You don't have to thank me." Although His Majesty can be a little sinister and vicious at times, he still treats me well. I only mobilize the troops to Asen City because of His Majesty's face, not because I think highly of you. Lawrence's expression was awkward. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, this lunatic is really hard to please. He won't listen to good or bad words. Let's go. Open the city gates and welcome my Howling Legion in. I don't believe that old fellow Ashburn can do anything. Firenze glared at Boris and swaggered outside. "Father!" Fanny softly called out. She was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if she should leave with him. "Let's just stay here. I don't think any of them will dare to bully you." Firenze would only show concern when he was with Fanny. He wouldn't look at others in the eye unless he was angry. Only then would he glare at others. "All right then." Fanny stealthily shot a glance at Han Shuo. She was also somewhat worried about Han Shuo. After all, Han Shuo had been annoyed half to death by the series of matters. She didn't know if his heart could take it. Firenze and Boris quickly left. As the great battle was approaching, Han Shuo gave a detailed description of the situation. Karel, Lawrence, Old Han, and the rest hastily began to discuss countermeasures and returned to the meeting hall ahead of Han Shuo. Amis had originally planned to discuss Han Shuo's matter with Emily alone. However, after thinking about it, he had no choice but to give up for the time being. He also hastily gathered the spies of the Dark Mantle to arrange some matters. Suddenly, only Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny were left beside Han Shuo. The three ladies looked at each other with awkward expressions. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Han Shuo stared blankly for a long while and suddenly felt an extreme headache. After hesitating for a moment, he saw the peculiar expressions of the three ladies. He couldn't help but smile wryly and say, that, shouldn't we find a place to sit down and slowly talk? Bah, what's there to talk about with a person like you? You bastard, you deceived the three of us. Phoebe was still angry and immediately scolded Han Shuo. Now is the time when the Empire needs you the most. You don't have to worry about our matters. All right, you can leave first. The three of us should be the ones to talk in private. Emily revealed a faint smile and said to Han Shuo. The issue of her identity that had always troubled Emily seemed to have been eliminated under such special circumstances. The current outcome was very satisfactory to Emily. Seeing her brother's unconditional support and old Han having no choice but to adopt an indifferent attitude because he didn't want the empire to fall into an even more chaotic situation, all of this made the miserable Emily feel as though she had been reborn. "Sisters, what do you think?" After Emily said to Han Shuo, she immediately smiled and glanced at Fanny and Phoebe. Fanny and Phoebe looked at each other and nodded somewhat uncomfortably. After Phoebe nodded, she suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shuo, saying, "You're not allowed to use your martial skill to eavesdrop. You're too hateful." "Oh, according to what you said, your martial skill can spy on the movements of the entire city. Doesn't that mean you can see any woman bathing? You hateful guy, how could you cultivate such an obscene martial skill?" When Phoebe said this, Fanny and Emily's brows suddenly creased as well, as though they suddenly thought of this possibility from Phoebe's words. When they thought of Han Shuo's bad behavior all this time, the three girls didn't feel at ease with Han Shuo's character at all. Their gazes towards Han Shuo suddenly turned sharp. Han Shuo felt a great headache and hurriedly said, "Abnormal behavior again. I have to explain to them immediately." After saying this, Han Shuo immediately ignored the three girls' clamor and hastily left in front of the three girls at lightning speed, arriving at a messy stone forest behind the castle. Han Shuo didn't go to the meeting hall where Sabaka's and the others were. After such a chaotic incident just now, Amis, Karel, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't give him a good look. Han Shuo knew that those people were angry and naturally wouldn't go and seek trouble for himself. Using the Demon's Lair edge to dig out a large hidden hole in the stone forest, Han Shuo set up the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. In the dusky Cemetery of Death, the Earth Elite zombie was lying there quietly in the place of extreme Earth, as though he had already fainted. Weak strands of Earth and yellow Earth Yuan energy in the surroundings slowly flowed towards the Earth Elite zombie in the center, slowly healing the injured Earth Elite zombie. More than half of the Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth in the Cemetery of Death had been consumed when refining the Earth Elite zombie. There was only a small amount left now. 3 days ago, Han Shuo had let the Earth Elite zombie in, and used the remaining Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth to heal the Earth Elite zombie's injuries. While Han Shuo was looking at the Earth Elite zombie lying silent in the depths of the earth with a pained heart, Han Shuo sensed Little Skull's call. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo summoned Little Skull in front of him. "Father, we want to avenge him." Little Skull immediately transmitted when he landed in front of Han Shuo. "I know, I'm waiting for an opportunity to kill him." Han Shuo replied, "We need to become stronger." Little Skull transmitted. Soon after, a black walnut-like fruit appeared in his 5 fingers. Little Skull handed it to Han Shuo and said, "Father, this fruit is for you. It's very useful." The black fruit looked like a walnut, and had an ordinary appearance. However, when Han Shuo probed it with his consciousness, he immediately felt that the fruit seemed to contain a strange energy. He was immediately shocked. "What is this? What's its use?" Han Shuo reached out and took the fruit that Little Skull handed over as he spoke. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot out from the fruit and wrapped around Han Shuo like ribbons. Han Shuo immediately turned into a cocoon. Chapter 422. The ribbon-like brilliance wrapped around Han Shuo's entire body tightly, but Han Shuo did not feel like he was being bound at all. Wisps of brilliance slowly seeped into Han Shuo's skin, giving Han Shuo a cool feeling all over his body, as if he had sunk into a cool pool. Little Skull saw that Han Shuo had received the black fruit and was wrapped by the black fruit. He stretched out his snow-white palm, and there were a few thumb-sized ores in his palm. Little Skull's purple demon eye shone brightly, as if he was thinking about something. After being stunned for a while, he clasped his palms together and rubbed the bones of his hands. An ear-piercing creaking sound came from his palms. A thick aura of death was suddenly emitted from his palms, and the ear-piercing creaking sound stopped abruptly. Wisps of grayish-white sand-like substance slowly flowed out from Little Skull's palms. Little Skull hurriedly went in front of Han Shuo and sprinkled the sand-like substance in his palms on Han Shuo's body. As the fine sand slid down Han Shuo's body, it suddenly shone like stars, giving off a strange sense of beauty. However, as soon as the fine sand fell into Han Shuo's body, It immediately melted and dissipated like water falling into the sea, and no light could be seen anymore. Little Skull's purple demon eye revealed a solemn and dignified color. It constantly swam around Han Shuo, who was wrapped in thousands of strands of the fruit's brilliance, and sprinkled the sand-like specks in his palms evenly on Han Shuo's body, not letting go of any corner that might be missed. At first, Han Shuo felt a kind of lazy and comfortable feeling, as if he was soaking in cool water. His whole body felt lazy and sleepy. However, when Little Skull sprinkled the sand-like fragmented light on his body, the part that was sprinkled by the fine sand-like thing suddenly felt a burning and tingling sensation. The wisps of silk seemed to have a mind of their own, and actually slowly integrated into Han Shuo's bones. Han Shuo, who was originally lazy and comfortable, suddenly felt that his body was extremely heavy. As long as the fine sand fell on the parts, the surrounding bones felt like they were filled with lead. This made Han Shuo understand that this kind of heaviness was not an illusion but really happened. Using his divine sense to inspect his body, Han Shuo could clearly see spots of star-like light slowly melting into his bones, slowly strengthening his bones, causing his bones to be slowly strengthened. This feeling was somewhat similar to when Han Shuo was reborn for the first time. Slowly, the innumerable strands of the fruit's brilliance all entered Han Shuo's body. Little Skull had long stopped moving around Han Shuo's body. The fine sand-like thing in his palm also flowed into Han Shuo's bones like flowing water, fusing with the brilliance of the fruit, strengthening Han Shuo's bones inch by inch. During this process, the bones all over Han Shuo's body ached as if they were being pricked by many fine needles. However, Han Shuo, who had cultivated demonic arts to this point, had experienced all kinds of pain. Compared to the terrible pain that felt like his brain was being cut by 1,000 knives when he opened up his brain, this kind of pain was quite easy for Han Shuo to deal with. Therefore, from beginning to end, Han Shuo did not reveal any unbearable pain, nor did he let out a moan. He was quiet as if he was sleeping. Beside Han Shuo, Little Skull stared at Han Shuo in a daze, as if he found Han Shuo's behavior very strange. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo felt the pain in his body become weaker and weaker, to the point that Han Shuo could ignore it. At this moment, Han Shuo let out a light breath, opened his eyes and looked down. Han Shuo found that he had completely returned to his original appearance, and there were no longer any abnormalities in his body. The cemetery of death was the same as the netherworld. It had no concept of time. This cemetery of death was enveloped by a powerful boundary, and the light of the sun, moon, and stars were also unable to shine in. Naturally, it was impossible to perceive time through the natural laws of the rising and setting of the moon. Thinking of this major event, Han Shuo immediately became anxious. He did not dare to continue staying in the cemetery of death. He first sent Little Skull to the netherworld, then hurriedly stood at the center of the cemetery of death's magical transportation array. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves trampling, the sound of magic exploding, and the miserable howls of the dying warriors suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's ears. Those sounds were all coming from not too far away. As expected, a battle had already begun. Han Shuo immediately reacted. When he was packing up the magic wand, all kinds of scenes had already been projected into his mind, allowing him to directly and clearly see everything that was happening not too far away. As long as Han Shuo was in Asan City, the mystical demons could transmit all kinds of scenes of Asan City into his mind. However, when Han Shuo was too far away from Asan City, the connection between him and the mystical demons was insufficient to support Han Shuo to see everything. Moreover, the cemetery of death was obstructed by a peculiar boundary. Naturally, Han Shuo could not know everything that was happening in Asan City from the cemetery of death. However, when Han Shuo entered Asan City through the transportation array, the connection between him and the 12 mystical demons was immediately re-established, once again allowing Han Shuo to have the ability to control everything. Through the vision of the mystical demons, Han Shuo could see that a bitter battle was currently unfolding in the spacious open space surrounding the castle. The forces led by Firenze, Corel, and Lawrence were engaged in a fierce battle with Prince Ashburn and Charles's army. Deaths were occurring at every moment. This castle was originally used to store military supplies. There just so happened to be no residents in the surroundings, only a spacious piece of land. This was a suitable venue for the fierce battle between the two sides. As far as the eye could see, battles were raging everywhere. With the castle as the center, the area within a radius of a few miles was densely packed with battles. Not only the northern city district, but some mystical demons placed in other districts also observed that the other districts, including the imperial palace, were similarly enveloped in the flames of war. However, compared to the great battle currently unfolding in the northern city district, the battles in the other districts of Asan City were clearly on a smaller scale. This was because the high-ranking figures who were a threat to Charles, led by Lawrence, were currently gathered in the northern city district. It was unknown if there was a tacit understanding, but none of the sacred rank experts participated in the battle. Corel and Sabacas on this side, Sacred Knight and Dempus on Charles's side all stopped and watched from afar, watching the soldiers of both sides fight to the death. Whether it was Lawrence or Charles, they both understood the terrifying destructive power of a sacred rank expert, especially a sacred rank magus. A single forbidden magic spell could even change the course of a battle. However, all the countries in the profound continent had a tacit understanding that sacred rank magi were not allowed to use forbidden magic in normal battles. Forbidden magic that was not allowed to be used in enemy countries was naturally even more so not allowed to be used during a civil war. Although Asan City wasn't small, if a few forbidden magic were to really bombard it, it was likely that the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Asan City, would disappear from the continent. Who knew how many citizens within the city would die or be injured? It was precisely because of this that Space Sacred Magus Sabacas and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus had been watching this civil war with folded arms. Not a single one of them dared to release forbidden magic to attack the enemy soldiers of the same country. Firenze became the commander of this battle. On a high ground in the middle of the castle, Firenze's crazed roars rang out incessantly. Under Firenze's command, armored generals methodically arranged their troops according to Firenze's orders, attacking Ashburn and Charles's soldiers from all directions. Han Shua, who was observing the overall situation through his mystical demons, suddenly discovered that under Firenze's crazed roars, the soldiers of the Howling Legion under his control seemed to be scattered but faintly formed all kinds of peculiar formations, cutting Ashburn and Charles's troops into several large pieces. Charles's troops were faintly surrounded by Firenze's men. Only Han Shua, who was using his mystical demons to observe the overall situation, was able to clearly see this kind of strange transformation. Those soldiers and generals who were participating in the battle were unable to miss out on the silent transformation of the battle. The soldiers of the Howling Legion that Firenze brought had uniform patterns on their armors. These soldiers from the southern border had fought against the barbaric orcs for many years. Every weapon in their hands had been stained with too much blood. Each of them had valiant bodies and grave expressions. Their fighting strength was even more frightening than the Redbud Knights that Han Shua had seen previously. The city guards of Lancelot Empire's capital, Asan City, were among the best in the entire Lancelot Empire. However, now that they were fighting against Firenze's Howling Legion, it was obvious that they were inferior to Firenze's Howling Legion. Apart from having slightly better equipment, they were far inferior to the Howling Legion in terms of combat experience, teamwork, and individual strength. Suddenly, Han Shua discovered that the city guards of the northern city and Firenze's Howling Legion, under his seemingly crazy command, were actually gradually gaining the upper hand. Unknowingly, they were gradually nibbling away at the troops brought by Charles and Ashburn. This lunatic was able to stand tall in the southern border for so many years, causing the barbaric orcs to be unable to break through the southern border's defensive line. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Han Shua was deeply moved, convinced by Firenze's miraculous commanding ability. Firenze, they are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They are all innocent. It is only because of Ashburn's orders that they have no choice but to participate. If they all die, the final loss will be the Lancelot Empire. Sacred Swordmaster Corel was incomparably furious, glaring angrily at Firenze. Everything Corel did was for the sake of the Lancelot Empire's future. Under Firenze's command, the northern city district had completely turned into a battlefield. Corpses were strewn all over the northern city district. Those who died were all loyal and devoted soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. It was only because their respective masters were different that they had no choice but to kill each other. It was obvious that Corel wasn't willing to see such casualties on his own side. Even Dark Mantle Elder Sabakas was extremely pained as he watched the increasing casualties. He hesitated for a moment before advising Forenza, who had fallen into a state of madness. Forenza, if this goes on, even if we win, the Empire's vitality will be damaged. Forenza didn't move in the slightest and continued to loudly command his subordinates. Seeing that Sabakas, Corel, and the others were still clamoring, he couldn't help but fiercely glare at Corel and said, looking at the coups in every country on the continent, which one of them wasn't a bloodbath? Other than people dying in battle, can you use your mouth to make Ashburn abdicate? Humph, with a sacred knight and an earth-sacred magus Dempus there, as well as all kinds of experts in the surroundings, even a demigod expert might not be able to easily kill them. I don't see what you can do. Both of you. This kind of matter can only be quickly pacified through a bloody massacre. The longer the coups are dragged on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Empire. Damn it, aren't my subordinates also suffering great losses? I didn't even say anything, so why are you getting so worked up? If you're unhappy that I won't interfere, let's see if you can persuade those two foxes, one old and one young, to relinquish their authority and willingly let you take over everything. Forenza's blunt words were like cannonballs shooting towards the two sacred rank experts, leaving them speechless and unable to find any reason to retort. Forenza was originally arrogant and conceited. If it was during normal times, he might have given Sabakas some face. However, once it was a battle, Forenza would immediately become a true madman. For the sake of victory, he would even dare to disobey His Majesty's orders without the slightest hesitation, let alone these two experts. After cursing and swearing, Forenza didn't pay any attention to the two sacred rank experts and continued to roar crazily to command the generals under him. He passed on his plans for the battle to his subordinates, causing the Howling Legion to quietly and slowly take the initiative on the battlefield. They had already surrounded Ashburn's troops without anyone noticing. The two sacred rank experts bitterly glanced at each other and could only sigh softly, their faces filled with pain and helplessness. They weren't good at commanding such a large-scale battle. Without Forenza and the Howling Legion under his command, there wouldn't be any suspense in this battle. Moreover, Forenza's words were indeed reasonable. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Currently, the Lancelot Empire could only resolve the chaos through a bloody battle. Otherwise, once the various parties escaped from Asen City and occupied the various provinces, it would be a devastating blow to the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, even though the two sacred rank experts were mercilessly scolded and cursed by Forenza, they could only swallow their bitterness. They didn't dare to contradict the current Forenza, lest this fellow would act even more crazily. Han Shua couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after taking in the various scenes. He no longer stayed in the excavated cave. Han Shua flew out and descended from the sky towards the castle. Whoosh whoosh. Crossbow bolts with extremely long range pierced through the sky towards Han Shua. Han Shua was startled. He looked down and saw a few soldiers of the Howling Legion glaring at him with grave and stern faces. They had actually discovered his tracks from afar and shot their crossbow bolts at him. His evaluation of the Howling Legion rose by another level. Han Shua chanted an incantation and a pure white flower bud bloomed in the sky. The white bone shield formed and blocked all the crossbow bolts. Han Shua wasn't injured in the slightest as he arrived at the center of the castle where Forenza was. Chapter 423. Little bastard, we've already been fighting for 2 days. Where the hell did you go? Forenza couldn't help but curse loudly when he saw that it was Han Shua. During the battle, Han Shua could be considered as an important figure. His sudden disappearance for 2 days had frightened everyone, especially Phoebe, Fanny, and Emily. They thought that Han Shua had gone into hiding to avoid punishment, and were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the Dark Mantle organization displayed an astonishing ability. During the 2 days that Han Shua had disappeared, the Dark Mantle members that were hiding within Asen City continuously transmitted all kinds of information, helping Forenza, Old Han, and the others to make the correct decision when it came to deploying troops. This allowed them to gain the upper hand in the battle against Ashburn and the others. Some private matters. Han Shua also didn't expect that a black resolute crystal would actually cause him to stay in the Cemetery of Death for 2 days. Originally, Han Shua only wanted to take a look at the Earth Elite zombies' injuries before returning. How could he have known that he would stay for such a long time? Now that Firenze was scolding him, Han Shua also had nothing to say. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Since you're here, tell me about the situation in the other districts. This time, we must settle the situation in one battle to prevent Ashburn and the others from escaping. Otherwise, once Ashburn and the others leave Austin City, there will be even more battles in Lancelot City. Firenze wasn't the slightest bit courteous towards Han Shua, hastily urging Han Shua to report more comprehensive information to him. At such a crucial time, Han Shua didn't say much. He immediately described the situation in every district of Austin City to Firenze through the vision of the 12 mystical demons, including what Ashburn, Charles, and the others were currently saying in detail. Firenze calmly listened to Han Shua's description, constantly shouting out orders. Beside Firenze were not only his subordinates, but also Ames, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. At such a crucial time, Ames had shockingly become Firenze's subordinate. Under his orders, Ames, through the enormous organization known as the Dark Mantle, transmitted information to every corner of Austin City. During this process, Han Shua finally understood that the battle in Austin City hadn't stopped for the past 2 days. Due to Charles's merciless killing spree, apart from Lawrence's side, the other 2 princes' forces had suffered even greater losses. Charles obviously intended to exterminate all of them, and had been constantly pressuring the other 2 princes. The 2 princes who didn't immediately react had suffered disastrous losses during these 2 days. Left with no choice, they went to the Northern City District and reached an agreement with Lawrence, preparing to combine the strength of the 3 parties to deal with Charles together. In addition to the strength of the 2 princes, as well as the Howling Legion that Firenze had brought, Lawrence's side strength was already not inferior to Charles's. During these 2 days, the Northern City District of Austin City had become the main battlefield. However, under Firenze's arrangements, the strength of the 2 princes had also been utilized, gradually nibbling away at the other districts controlled by Ashburn and the others. From the looks of it, they had achieved pretty good results. Ashburn's strength was faintly being continuously consumed, and he was no longer able to become the sole power in Austin City. It was also during these 2 days that space sacred Mega Sabakas appeared all over the place, sealing off all the teleportation matrices connecting Austin City to the outside world, preventing anyone from using the teleportation matrices to transport reinforcements from other cities. However, Fanny's face was obviously a little tender, or perhaps because she wasn't too familiar with Phoebe and Emily, her face unconsciously blushed. I also don't know. I just left for a while and 2 days have passed. However, it seems that when I'm not in the castle is actually operating better. Aren't we gradually gaining the upper hand on our side? Han Shua let out a self-deprecating chuckle and said to the 3 ladies in a relaxed manner, "When you're not in the castle, we have to rely on the organization to obtain information for everything. The members of the organization have been as busy as dogs these past 2 days, and all of them have been extremely careful, afraid that they'll be caught and used as cannon fodder for a change in power. However, to be honest, Fanny's father is indeed an extraordinary person. With him overseeing things, the situation on our side has slowly improved," Emily said to Han Shua with a smile. Among the 3 ladies, Emily knew the most about Han Shua's secrets, and also understood that Han Shua held the secrets of the Cemetery of Death. She roughly guessed that Han Shua had perhaps used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death. She didn't express too much concern about Han Shua's sudden departure, and instead continued to persuade the other 2 ladies. He only knows how to fight. When Fanny heard Emily praise her father, she didn't reveal the slightest bit of joy. Instead, she resentfully complained. Previously, from Fanny's mouth, Han Shua knew that Firenze was still fighting on the battlefield even when Fanny's mother was gravely ill. Firenze wasn't by her side until her mother passed away. This caused Fanny to take it to heart, and it seemed that she still hadn't forgiven him until now. He did it for the Empire and the southern border. If your father didn't fight on the battlefield, who knows how many families in the southern border would have been destroyed. Younger sister Fanny, it actually wasn't easy for your father. Emily sighed softly and tactfully persuaded Fanny. I also know that. It's just that I saw my mother constantly talking about him before she passed away. She didn't even have the chance to see him one last time. As she spoke, Fanny's tone gradually became softer, as if a sad memory had been evoked. A trace of helplessness climbed up her brows. All right. Let's talk about happier things. Don't be immersed in the grief of the past. Phoebe also spoke a word of comfort. It seemed that the relationship between the three ladies was still harmonious, and they didn't oppose each other as Han Shuo had guessed. Just as he was about to say something, Han Shuo suddenly felt the demon slayer edge within his body stir. This startled him. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Han Shuo suddenly understood and immediately said with joy, "It seems that I have to cultivate for a while." During these 2 days, Asen City was in constant battle, especially in the northern city district. In an extremely short period of time, tens of thousands of soldiers had died in this battle. Every city guard in Asen City was the elite of the Lancelot Empire. The Howling Legion under Ferenza's command was even more powerful. These soldiers who died on the battlefield had left behind soaring killing intent and the resentment and anger of their souls in the past few days. This kind of energy made ordinary people feel oppressed, as if there was a mountain pressing on their chest, giving them an oppressive feeling. Some experts could clearly sense this kind of energy. However, in the profound continent, only a few powerful necromancers could collect some powerful souls and refine some special undead creatures. There was no one who could directly absorb this energy. However, Han Shuo, who cultivated demonic arts, could condense killing intent and directly absorb it. The souls of the dead that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth, as well as the endless resentment and fear left behind from when they were still alive, could also be easily absorbed by the Demon Slayer Edge. It was precisely because the Demon Slayer Edge sensed the familiar energy shrouding between heaven and earth that it eagerly transmitted a signal to Han Shuo. What's going on? Why do you suddenly want to cultivate? Phoebe looked at Han Shuo puzzled and asked. This is not easy to explain. It has something to do with the special martial technique I cultivate. It's just like the dense killing intent all over Balance's body. That's because he had killed many people when he was an assassin and it unknowingly attached itself to his body. He can use the killing intent to intimidate people. Oh right, this energy is also useful to Balance. As long as I help him, he can also take the opportunity to absorb a bit of the killing intent that filled the battlefield. Alright, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to look for Balance first, Han Shuo casually explained. Soon after, he suddenly thought of Balance and hurriedly walked out. That bastard! Phoebe couldn't help but curse when she realized that Han Shuo had already disappeared. In the past 2 days, Balance's calm and callous heart had become somewhat unstable. Han Shuo's miraculous martial technique had unfolded in front of Balance's eyes. Balance, who would soon be able to cultivate this martial technique, would become excited whenever he thought about it. At Balance's age and level, his pursuits weren't as chaotic as those of the younger generation. Only some substantial benefits would make him feel excited. Balance, who had been an assassin for many years, had always thought of himself as extremely calm. But after being convinced by Han Shuo's string of miraculous martial techniques these 2 days, his calm heart became excited. It's been 2 days. I hope little senior brother is fine. In this world, perhaps only little senior brother can point me in the right direction. Balance inwardly thought. He was truly worried for Han Shuo, fearing that the only guiding light in this world would be extinguished. Whoosh! A soft sound entered his ears. Balance was suddenly startled. His killing intent abruptly retracted and tightened as he coldly said, "Who is it?" "Hey, it's me." Han Shuo replied with a light smile and immediately landed beside Balance. Balance couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of it on his face. He bowed towards Han Shuo and respectfully said, "Senior brother." During the war, Balance, who wasn't good at commanding battles, was alone in a remote room on the 3rd floor. There were too many experts around Ashburn, Charles and the others. No matter how formidable Balins was, he wouldn't be able to assassinate Ashburn. Now that the castle was similarly filled with experts, Lawrence basically didn't need to worry about his own safety. Thus, Balins suddenly became idle and stayed alone in this remote room. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come, let's go to the highest roof of the castle. Han Shuo didn't waste any words and directly instructed with a smile. Balins didn't say anything further and immediately nodded in agreement. He flew out together with Han Shuo and headed towards the highest clock tower of the castle. Before entering the sect, Han Shuo had already told Balins some rigid rules. Balins had firmly remembered these rules. One of the rules that he couldn't disobey an elder's orders had been repeatedly emphasized by Han Shuo. As the senior brother who would impart martial skills to him, Han Shuo was naturally his elder. Balins hadn't lived in vain for so many years and clearly understood that Han Shuo's orders were the most important. When the war was in full swing, Han Shuo brought Balins directly to the clock tower. After landing, Han Shuo looked at Balins with a smile and said, "Originally, I should only impart martial skills to you after entering the sect. However, the flames of war are incessant and the entire Asan city is shrouded in many special energies. Perhaps you are able to sense these energies. If I impart martial skills to you now, I can help you absorb these energies before they disperse. This way, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds." Before Han Shuo finished speaking, Balins' heart was already filled with ecstasy. He had yearned for this day and night for a long time. When he heard that Han Shuo was going to impart the martial skills that he yearned for day and night, the excitement in his heart was simply uncontrollable. His body actually couldn't help but slightly tremble. When Han Shuo mentioned that martial skills could absorb this kind of energy, Balins was so excited that he almost fainted. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, are you saying that the oppressive energy shrouding Asan City can be absorbed through martial skills?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Of course. In this world, any kind of energy can be used and absorbed. The aura of death can be used, the murderous aura can be used, and so can the energy of the soul. Hee. I believe you have also sensed that the surging murderous aura of those warriors has yet to disperse between heaven and earth. As long as you have mastered the god-slaying devil path, you can directly absorb this kind of energy. Yes, I can feel the omnipresent murderous aura on the battlefield. However, that kind of energy doesn't belong to me. I can't even familiarize myself with the murderous aura on my body. Naturally, I won't make use of others," Balins said honestly. "Hold your breath and concentrate. I will help you familiarize yourself with your new energy," Han Shuo said softly. Soon after, he went behind Balins and a strand of demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Balins' body. After so many years of messy cultivation, Balins had some vague understanding of the usage of murderous aura. The meridians in his body were filled with murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura could be transformed by the god-slaying devil path into his unique energy. It was just that he didn't know how to make use of it. When Han Shuo's demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Balins' body, it started to help the already relaxed Balins get back on his feet. First, he used the demonic yuan to slowly absorb the murderous aura that wasn't pure enough and circulated it around his meridians. In Han Shuo's mind, the meridian circulation diagram of the god-slaying devil path had already appeared clearly. Han Shuo revolved the murderous aura in Balins' body according to the direction in his memory, bringing it along with him as it slowly flowed along a peculiar path. Remember this circulation method. It can make your strength even stronger, Han Shuo said softly and injected another strand of demonic yuan into Balins' body. Chapter 424. When Balins heard that this method of circulation could make him stronger, he immediately focused his attention, not daring to relax in the slightest. A large amount of killing intent filled Balins' body. It was guided by the demonic yuan and slowly circulated within his meridians, gradually forming a standard and perfect path. Every time a round of circulation ended, Balins could feel that there seemed to be something extra in his body. However, Balins could only try his best to remember the circulation method of the killing intent, but was unable to control the circulation of the killing intent himself. Pay attention, this is a mnemonic chant. Only by remembering this mnemonic chant and being able to understand how to use it, will you be able to control the circulation of the killing intent in your body without the guidance of my demonic yuan. Han Shuo said in a low voice beside Balance's ear. Balance's mind trembled, not daring to move an inch as he waited for Han Shuo's narration of the mnemonic chant. To him, everything Han Shuo did for him was so novel, and every word Han Shuo said was so profound and mysterious. Balance knew nothing about this unknown martial art, but he had already learned of the wonders of this martial art from Han Shuo. Seeing that the opportunity was right before his eyes, he didn't dare to relax no matter what. Han Shuo's deep voice sounded beside Balance's ear. Balance no longer let his imagination run wild. When Han Shuo's voice sounded again, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and listened attentively to Han Shuo's narration. Regardless of whether he could immediately understand it or not, the first thing he needed to do was to memorize the mnemonic chant. Han Shuo repeated it 3 times in a row, and then slowly explained some basic knowledge of demonic arts. After all, demonic arts from another world were different from all the martial techniques and magic systems of the profound continent. As a native who had never come into contact with demonic arts, it was by no means an easy task for Balance to understand the true meaning of those mnemonic chants in a short period of time. Han Shuo patiently described to Balance some common-sense questions, and then explained in detail how to make Balance memorize the mnemonic chant. Regardless of whether Balance could understand it or not, Han Shuo told Balance everything he knew about the god-slaying devil path. Alright, I'll leave a portion of the demonic yuan in your body to help you form a vortex to absorb the killing aura. You'll have to figure out the rest by yourself. Remember any questions you don't understand, and I'll explain them to you when I'm done with my business, Han Shuo instructed Balance when he saw that it was about time. A few strands of demonic yuan that were originally circulating in Balance's body suddenly changed course and converged at Balance's chest. Slowly, the strands of demonic yuan began to revolve in an arc, driving the killing aura that filled Balance's body. Gradually, a vortex that was hard to see was formed in Balance's body. After the vortex was formed, a seemingly tangible killing intent suddenly emanated from Balance's chest. The dense killing intent was like a sharp unsheathed sword, carrying the desire to destroy and slaughter. At this moment, the omnipresent killing aura that lingered in the air suddenly seemed to be drawn by the same source of energy from Balance's chest. Strands of it converged towards Balance's chest. Balance was indescribably ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move, Balance would have already knelt in front of Han Shuo and kowtowed in gratitude. As the direct beneficiary of this killing aura, Balance had never sensed the flow of the killing aura so clearly before. The vortex formed in his body was like an incomparably mysterious force, slowly absorbing the killing aura that lingered in the northern city district. The killing aura converged at his chest, and was then transformed by the vortex in his chest into strands of icy cold energy that dispersed throughout his body. Balance still hadn't understood how to use this energy, but he could clearly tell that this energy contained a terrifying destructive power. A type of energy that no ordinary person would be able to absorb entered his body in strands. Not only did it not cause any damage to his body, but it instead became a type of energy that gradually merged with the killing aura in his body. This kind of feeling was definitely not something that could be described with the word awesome. Alright, stay here and don't move. You only need to carefully comprehend what I just said to you. Your current body hasn't been properly tempered, your bones aren't tough enough, and many of your meridians aren't open yet. The amount of killing aura that you can temporarily absorb isn't much. When you feel that your body can't bear it anymore, forcefully pat your chest to disperse the vortex, and you will be able to stop absorbing the energy. Han Shuo had already quietly let go and instructed Balance. Without waiting for Balance to say anything, he had already flown to another rooftop in a remote part of the castle. Rao Yong's soldiers were still fighting unceasingly. The sky above Asen City was filled with energy that was beneficial to Han Shuo. Balance could absorb a little with Han Shuo's help, and Han Shuo, whose strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds, could naturally absorb more energy with the Demon's Lair edge. If Han Shuo stayed by Balan's side, once Han Shuo began to absorb the energy The enormous energy in the surroundings would directly rush into Han Shua's body. If Balance and Han Shua were to stay together, the killing aura that he could absorb would be affected. Not only would the absorption speed be greatly reduced, the quality would also be weakened. It was precisely because of this that Han Shua wanted to leave Balin's side. The demonic yuan within Han Shua's body circulated wildly, forming an enormous whirlpool in the sky above Han Shua's head. Compared to the whirlpool within Balin's body, the whirlpool formed outside Han Shua's body was thousands of times larger. Supported by demonic yuan, the whirlpool began to slowly revolve. The various kinds of killing aura that lingered in the northern city district suddenly converged into the whirlpool above Han Shua's head like a trickle of water converging into the ocean. For a moment, the sky above the castle changed color. The ordinary people felt as if the pressure enveloping their bodies was slowly lessening. However, the experts' faces changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky with a strange expression. Two strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the castle. One was the blood cloud formed by the Demon's Lair edge, and the other was a strange, enormous black whirlpool. With the Demon's Lair edge as the center, the blood cloud rapidly absorbed all kinds of chaotic energy of fear and hatred that lingered in the northern city district, while the enormous black whirlpool was frantically devouring the soaring killing aura. The sudden appearance of these two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district caused many experts to be shocked by the negative energy that shrouded the entire northern city district. Lord Blunt, do you feel it? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus asked that sacred knight with a somewhat grave expression. The sacred knight called Blunt frowned as he looked at the two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district. He said in a deep voice, "I can feel the evil energy that exists there. I'm very unfamiliar with this kind of energy. It's filled with chaos, slaughter, and madness. It's quite different from the energy of the Calamity Church. What's going on?" Seeing that sacred knight Blunt, who had extraordinary experience, didn't even know, Dempus was somewhat astonished. He muttered to himself, "My mental strength allows me to feel that this energy originates from the soldiers who died in battle. However, isn't the energy of the soldiers supposed to return to heaven and earth? How can it be bound together by some kind of energy? This is too inconceivable. Damn it. If it wasn't for Corel and Sabaka's being here, we could have gone over to investigate. However, we can only look on helplessly now. We don't even know what's going on." Sacred Knight Blunt said angrily, but he was helpless. The spectacle in the sky originated from the sky above the castle stationed in the northern city district. Obviously, it was related to the people inside the castle. However, that area was heavily guarded and protected by two saint-rank experts. Even if it was Blunt and Dempus, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter and take a look. While Blunt and Dempus were indescribably shocked, the few experts inside the castle similarly turned pale with fright. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at the strange phenomena that had appeared above their heads. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The blood clouds emitted by the Demon's Lair edge formed a bewitching blood-red color under the illumination of the sunlight, enveloping the entire area around the castle. After the sunlight was blocked by the blood clouds, it completely turned the ground into a blood-red color, mixing with the blood that was everywhere on the ground. The battlefield had completely turned into a world drenched in blood. This kind of glaring and bewitching blood-red color seemed to have the power to incite endless hatred from the bottom of one's heart on the battlefield. Both parties who were fighting became even more reckless. Everyone seemed to have turned into killing machines, crazily unleashing savage attacks on the enemy. The losses on both sides were increasing. The enormous whirlpool formed by Han Shua's demonic yuan was like a crazy black abyss, rapidly devouring the killing intent that soared into the sky above the northern city district. Some grand magi and great swordsmen could feel the change in energy. The two sacred rank experts, Sabakas and Corel, could even more clearly sense it. The two of them had astonished expressions, frightened by the strange phenomena in the sky. The changes in the sky above their heads had occurred above the castle. The two of them thought that the enemy was carrying out a destructive attack against the castle, causing them to be at a loss of what to do. "You must immediately destroy these two strange phenomena. This is definitely the enemy's move against us." Forenza was also somewhat flustered. He had heard of the destructive might of some forbidden magic. If the phenomena above their heads were the prelude to the brewing of 2 destructive forbidden magic spells, then this area would most likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. Even if Firenze was good at leading troops, it would be absolutely impossible for him to escape from such a large area of effect attack. The 2 sage-rank experts glanced at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Sabacus hesitated for a moment and said doubtfully, "The energy formed by the 2 spectacles above us is a little strange. I don't think it's something that the Church of Light or Dempus can create. This energy is filled with chaos and slaughter, and is as different as night and day from their energy. Something isn't right." "I also don't think so. If Ashburn's side had the help of the Calamity Church, then I can believe that this is a terrifying magic attack against us. However, this energy clearly carries an evil aura. Furthermore, the Calamity Church will definitely not work together with the Church of Light. Therefore, this can be ruled out. If that's the case, then it's really a little strange." Carol's face was also filled with doubt as he slowly explained with his own understanding. After listening to the 2 of them, a thought suddenly flashed through Amy's mind and he said, "Could it really be the doing of the Calamity Church and their goal is to attack Ashburn's group? That, the Church of Light's sacred knights are there. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light have always been mortal enemies. Could it really be them who took action?" Actually, there was another reason that Ames didn't say. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Ames understood Han Shu more than anyone else. He knew that Han Shua seemed to have some connection with the Calamity Church. Usually, the Church of Light's mortal enemies would be targets that the Church of Light would do their utmost to rope in. Since the Church of Light wanted to make Han Shua their mortal enemy, then the Calamity Church would definitely try to win over Han Shua and build a good relationship with Han Shua. However, saying this would damage Han Shua's image. To people like Ames, Karel, Bocas, and Sabacas, regardless of the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they were merely a religion. They weren't like ordinary people who revered and loathed the 2 organizations, nor would they have any prejudice against Han Shua because of what Ames said. However, some of the ordinary nobles of the Lancelot Empire instinctively rejected the Calamity Church. In order to prevent these people from having a bad impression of Han Shua, Ames didn't say this reason. Sabacas, Karel, and the others were suddenly startled when they heard Ames' explanation. Shortly after, the 2 of them looked at each other before Karel opened his mouth and said, "That's also possible. Humph. What if this is really an attack aimed at us? If you don't take action and deal with it, the large-scale destructive magic will descend upon us. At that time there will be no need for us to fight this battle." "We'll have fun together," Firenze shouted at the 2 of them. After hearing Firenze's words, Karel and Sabacas became hesitant and didn't know what to do. If they made a mistake in their judgment, then an unpredictable situation would occur. Even the 2 of them wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Just as everyone was hesitating, Emily walked over from the 2nd floor. Emily heard the chattering of the crowd from afar and came over to cover her mouth and laughed tenderly, saying, "It's definitely Brian's doing. You guys don't have to be nervous." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Ames immediately asked, "How can you be so sure?" Only he can control this kind of power. I've seen him do it before. You guys don't have to worry, it's definitely him. Other than him, I've never seen anyone else who can control this kind of power left behind by fallen soldiers. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Emily knew that Han Shua had many secrets and explained to everyone with a smile. Seeing how certain Emily was, Sacred Swordmaster Karel suddenly reacted and laughed heartily. That's right. It must be Brian. The last time I sparred with him, the power he used was somewhat similar to the power that filled the sky. I only reacted after you reminded me. So that's what's going on." Carol's affirmation clearly carried more weight than Emily's. Everyone suddenly relaxed after hearing his words. Soon after, Sabacas suddenly flew high into the sky and looked at the 2 wonders in the sky more clearly. At the enormous black vortex, strands of bizarre energy were filtered and transformed by the vortex, slowly entering Han Shua, who was on the roof of the castle. With this, Sabacas completely understood what was going on. He once again landed in front of everyone and explained with a smile, "As expected, it's Brian's doing. Yes. He said that he wanted to train for a while before suddenly leaving our hall. It seems like he's training that martial technique of his. You guys don't have to worry, Emily explained. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Emily's words, feeling astonished. They were shocked by the mysterious martial technique that Han Shuo had grasped. As the subject of everyone's discussion, Han Shuo had encountered a thorny problem at this time. He was gradually losing control of the various chaotic energy changes within the Demon Slayer Edge. This time, the various chaotic energy within Asan City was too great. As the number of people who died in the coup was too great, it caused the energy of fear, hatred, and anger to be everywhere in Asan City. The soldiers of different factions still had tenacious willpower even after death. As there were too many of these energies, they were unable to quickly fuse together, causing the energy within the Demon Slayer Edge to become extremely chaotic. However, during this process, the Demon Slayer Edge still tirelessly absorbed the enormous amount of negative energy within Asan City. The blood cloud it formed became thicker and thicker, causing Han Shuo to feel that he was losing control. By the time Han Shuo reacted, the enormous energy absorbed by the Demon Slayer Edge had already become chaotic within the Demon Slayer Edge. This caused Han Shuo to have some difficulty controlling the Demon Slayer Edge. The enormous amount of negative energy couldn't fuse together within a short period of time, due to their soaring hatred. It turned out that the energy within the Demon Slayer Edge was trying to neutralize and dissolve them. In this way, the Demon Slayer Edge became incomparably chaotic. It surged like a soaring dragon within the blood cloud. A dense and ruthless evil aura gradually spread into the blood cloud, affecting the soldiers of both sides who were still fighting fiercely below. He understood Sabaka's true strength. Upon hearing Sabaka say that the strength that Han Shuo suddenly displayed just now made him feel fearful, Karel said solemnly, "I sensed a baleful aura and evil that soared into the sky from Brian's roar. I feel that something is wrong with him. I'm also worried about this. His eyes just now didn't have any emotions and made me feel very unfamiliar. This is completely different from the him we usually see. I'm sure that something that we can't understand must have happened to him." Sabaka's also had a heavy heart as he spoke to Karel. Suddenly, Karel cried out in alarm, "Look, the blood clouds in the sky are moving. And the direction is actually where Ashburn is. Gentlemen, what's going on? What happened here?" Forenza came over and asked with a calm expression. Along with Forenza were Amis, Emily, and the rest. They had all heard the terrifying roar and were filled with doubts and puzzlement. They immediately came over to see what was going on. Fanny and Phoebe, who were originally on the second floor, also immediately stopped talking and rushed over in panic. They didn't know why Han Shuo had let out such a terrifying roar, and their hearts were filled with worry and panic. Sabaka's didn't answer Forenza's question, and instead looked up at the sky with a frown. The blood clouds that had been quietly floating in the sky above the castle, and continuously absorbing all kinds of negative energy in the northern city district, didn't move even though they were getting bigger. But now the thick blood clouds had started to move. The movement of the blood clouds caused the weather to change. An oppressive pressure as heavy as a mountain pressed down. An incomparably sinister aura gradually left the sky above the castle and moved towards Ashburn and the rest. "Emily, do you know what's going on?" Amis frowned deeply and asked Emily in confusion. Among the crowd, Emily was the most familiar with Han Shuo. When Amis asked, everyone's gazes were cast towards Emily. Each and every one of them were filled with curiosity and doubt. This should be the bedevilment that Brian mentioned. He said that this state would make him crazy, and even he himself wouldn't be able to control his actions. It is an extremely dangerous state that will allow his strength to increase explosively. I don't know much about it and have only heard of it from him. Emily also frowned deeply and immediately explained. After Emily's explanation, everyone immediately agreed with Emily's explanation when they saw the dozen or so collapsed houses and some of the castle's soldiers that had died tragically. Even Sabaka's and Karel didn't dare to forcibly charge towards Ashburn's direction at this moment. However, Han Shuo had actually condensed a thick blood cloud and rushed over. This kind of crazy behavior was clearly not something that he would dare to do under normal circumstances. Not good. This means that Brian is extremely dangerous. But that place is filled with experts and he has now lost his rationality. What should we do? Corel said worriedly. Sai, we can only take one step at a time. We have to pay attention to his movements at all times. If something really goes wrong, we can think of a way to save him. Sabakas sighed and said somewhat helplessly. While Sabakas was speaking, a blue crystal ball the size of a human head appeared in his hand. Sabakas chanted a magic incantation, and the crystal ball suddenly refracted a gorgeous blue radiance. These blue radiances were like ripples on the surface of a lake when a pebble was thrown into it. They kept swaying non-stop. As Sabakas continued to chant the incantation, the swaying blue radiance in the crystal ball gradually calmed down. When Sabakas had finished chanting, a clear scene suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, Han Shua's entire body was circulating with blood and electricity. His eyes were scarlet like blood. The demon's lair edge was floating above Han Shua's head. Layers of blood clouds were churning around him, rolling towards Ashburn's direction with him. Sabaka's 5 fingers that were dragging the crystal ball moved a little. The scene within the crystal ball continuously enlarged and changed, revealing the appearances of Ashburn, eldest Prince Charles and the rest. Among them, the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus had shocked expressions as they looked at the dense blood clouds that were gradually rolling towards them. This crystal ball was given to me by Madame Grace. Although it cannot predict the future, it can see the scene within a certain range. However, it cannot hear anything. Sabakas explained. Humph, you obviously have a good item but you keep hiding it and not using it. What a selfish fellow. Forenza said unhappily. Sabakas coughed dryly and explained with a bitter smile. Using this crystal ball consumes a lot of mental strength and the range of vision is also very limited. It also cannot hear anything. It can't be compared to Brian's miraculous ability. That's why I kept it a secret, not because I was selfish. Alright. Let's see if something will happen to Brian. Corel impatiently said to Forenza as he concentrated on the changes in the scene within the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. While Sabakas and the rest were staring at the changes in the crystal ball with sparkling eyes, some of the weaker nobles on Ashburn's side were suffering unspeakably. They were almost unable to breathe due to the heavy pressure from the blood clouds. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there a red cloud floating over all of a sudden? Eldest Prince Charles also felt his heartbeat quicken, as though there was a mountain pressing down on his body. His whole body was indescribably uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but curse as he looked above his head. Saints, do you know what's going on? Although Ashburn was a Grand Duke of the Lancelot Empire, he didn't cultivate in martial arts or magic. He could clearly feel this kind of pressure and actually had the impulse to kill crazily in his heart. For Ashburn, who needed to calmly deal with all situations, this kind of impulse was undoubtedly fatal. Therefore, he hastily questioned the Sacred Knight and Dempus. The 2 saint-level experts stared at the blood cloud in the sky with solemn expressions. They could clearly sense that more and more energy was gathering in the blood cloud. This negative energy that had absorbed the unyielding anger and fear of the tens of thousands of people who had died on the battlefield was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. The 2 saint-level experts felt their hearts palpitate. That guy called Brian's doing. I can feel that he's within the blood clouds. Sacred Knight Blunt said with a sullen expression as he raised his head to look at the sky. It's him? Isn't this brat courting death? He actually dares to come here and throw away his life. Eldest Prince Charles sneered. There were 2 sacred rank experts here, as well as many great swordsmen and Grand Magus level experts. In addition, there were also several thousand soldiers standing guard. Charles naturally believed that Han Shua's arrival would only result in death. However, Sacred Knight Blunt and Dempus could faintly sense the terrifying energy contained within the blood clouds. However, morale was of the utmost importance at this time. If Blunt and Dempus were to tell the truth, it might cause fear to arise in the hearts of the soldiers here. Blunt and Dempus glanced at each other. Dempus suddenly started chanting a magic incantation, setting up a barrier around Ashburn's location. This was to prevent them from being affected by the energy within the blood clouds and developing fear in their hearts before the battle had even started. Wind mages, use the whirlwinds and tornadoes to sweep away the blood clouds. Sacred Knight Blunt instructed some of the mages beside him, making them immediately take action. The blood clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker. Blunt could clearly sense that the energy came from the negative energy condensed by the blood clouds. Although Dempus was an earth-sacred magus, he was somewhat helpless against the blood clouds in the sky. Only a few wind mages were able to display the full extent of their power. Under Sacred Knight Blunt's instructions, the wind mages on Ashburn's side started chanting incantations one by one. The wind element suddenly became dense, and tornadoes of various sizes slowly took shape, directly sweeping towards the blood clouds that were enveloping them. However, some things were always miraculous beyond one's expectations. The layers of thick blood clouds didn't scatter even under the fierce blows of the wind magic. They still followed the predetermined trajectory, enveloping the heads of Ashburn's group. Just as the wind mages were indescribably astonished, a sharp-eyed mage suddenly pointed at the blood clouds and cried out in alarm, "Look! There's a person in the middle!" As the mage's cry rang out, the sharp-eyed mages all noticed the center of the blood clouds. They saw an imposing figure covered in blood-red radiance interweaving like lightning, as though it was able to control the power of the blood clouds. It suddenly roared crazily as it pressed downwards like the blood clouds. Suddenly, an evil energy as frightening as a mountain shrouded the entire area. A weapon with overflowing ferocious might wrapped around the thick blood clouds, like a meteor trailing behind a blood-red radiance, abruptly chopped downwards. The friction between the rapidly descending weapon and the air produced a terrifying whistle. For a moment the entire sky was filled with red light. Blunt and Dempus, who were below, paled in fright. "Quickly retreat!" Dempus shrieked, grabbing Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles with his left and right hands, immediately using levitation magic to rapidly retreat into the distance. Chapter 426. When the numerous experts on Ashburn's side saw that Dempus was actually pulling eldest Prince Charles and his brother to retreat, they appeared to be somewhat incredulous. "Everyone retreat!" The Church of Light's Sacred Knight Blunt suddenly shouted, immediately moving far away in Dempus's direction. The chaotic negative energy within the demon's lair edge that was entangled with the thick blood cloud violently surged out, intertwining with the energy within the blood cloud, chopping down with an incomparably terrifying, imposing manner. Dempus and Blunt were both overwhelmed with shock, not understanding what was going on. Especially Blunt. He had easily heavily injured Han Shuo a few days ago and knew that although Han Shuo's strength wasn't ordinary, he still didn't place him in his eyes. How could he have expected that Han Shuo's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level in just a few days? The two had sensed the terrifying energy contained within this attack, and immediately started to retreat. This was because even Blunt and Dempus didn't have the confidence to block such a frightening attack. With Dempus and Blunt retreating, the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals were naturally even more frightened. They began to flee this area in a panic. The figures of some experts with superior strength became blurry, distancing themselves from this area in the blink of an eye. The frightening attack carried the strength of a collapsing mountain, loudly striking the area where 100 people had yet to leave. Rumble. An earth-shattering tremor and roar erupted with that area as the center. Dust swirled violently and the ground cracked. The hurricane swept up debris in all directions. All kinds of blood light exploded like fireworks, and ghostly wails and wolf-like howls rose and fell one after another. Those soldiers who had yet to leave were instantly blasted into dregs by this attack. Flesh and blood mixed with the debris shot into the distance. From afar it was a scene of desolation. After the dust settled, that area seemed to have collapsed or experienced a great earthquake. An oval pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air. The deep pit was obviously created by this bombardment. The corpses in the deep pit were black and flowing with scarlet blood. Some of the clothes were emitting black smoke. With the deep pit as the center, the ground seemed to have been severely ravaged, as if a giant awl had chiseled a hole. The center was deep and bottomless, and the surroundings were full of potholes. The might of this attack shocked everyone present. Not only were Ashburn and the others who had just escaped dumbstruck, even Karel Sabakas, and the others who were observing the changes in the area through the crystal ball had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. This was done by Brian? At this time, Fanny and Phoebe had also arrived. Fanny had never thought that Han Shua would be so terrifying. She murmured in a daze. Sacred Swordmaster Corel felt that his lips were somewhat dry as he said, "This is too inconceivable. This attack didn't have any magical elements and was purely a martial technique attack. It caused the deaths of 100 people and even created a deep pit in the ground. Even if I used my full strength, I wouldn't be able to produce such a terrifying attack. I really don't know how he did it." No wonder Grace said that he could bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire. It seems that Grace has foresight. If those people hadn't escaped in time, I'm afraid that this attack would have caused the deaths of several hundred people. This is indeed extremely terrifying. What's even stranger is that this attack indeed didn't have any magical elements mixed in it. It was purely a result of his mystical martial technique. He's truly a kid brimming with mystery. Sabaka's praise from the bottom of his heart. Teacher, this doesn't seem possible. I know Brian's strength. He isn't that terrifying. Doesn't this mean that he has surpassed you? Phoebe was dumbfounded. She felt that everything she saw from the crystal ball was unreal. All along, Phoebe had believed that her teacher Corel was the strongest person on this continent. During the years that Phoebe had been by Carol's side, she had seen Corel being challenged by many experts. However, without exception, those experts who dared to challenge Corel had all suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. After so many years, Phoebe had seen many of these things. It had left a deep-rooted impression in her heart that Corel was omnipotent. In her heart, she had always believed that Corel was the most terrifying expert in this world, and that no one could surpass him. However, after hearing Carol's words, Phoebe caught an obscure meaning in his words. It seemed that the terrifying scene that Han Shua's attack had created was something that even her teacher was unable to achieve. This overturned Phoebe's understanding all along, causing her to feel extremely strange. If Brian can maintain this standard, to be honest, even I would have to temporarily avoid him. Corel shot a glance at Phoebe, who had a strange expression on her face, and sighed. I really didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying. Could it be that when we sparred previously, he purposely held back to save me some face? What a terrifying kid. Even Dempus and Blunt, two sacred rank experts, had to retreat immediately. One can imagine how powerful this kid's attack was. Otherwise, with Blunt and Dempus' arrogance and status, it would be impossible for them to retreat in front of a junior. Sabaka's determined. Amis had an astonished expression. He thought to himself that after the civil strife of the Empire, as long as Lawrence sat on the throne, this kid's status in the Empire would be as noble as the current Duke of Ashburn. It seemed that it wasn't a disgrace for Emily to follow him. He only hoped that this kid would really treat Emily well. While Amis was sighing with emotion, Forenza had an astonished expression as he blankly stared at Fanny. Forenza asked, "Lass, was this kid really your student in the past?" "Yes, he was. When he was in the academy, he was often bullied by others." Fanny also smiled bitterly as she explained to Forenza, "This world is changing too quickly. I'm old, I must be old. I discovered that I'm already behind the times." Forenza had a strange expression on his face. He was astonished by the young Han Shua's astonishing performance. Look, he's starting to move again. This time, the one who cried out in alarm was Lawrence, his tone filled with excitement. The happiest person here was none other than Lawrence. Watching Ashburn, Charles, and the others flee in a sorry state, Lawrence felt indescribable joy in his heart. Ashburn and Charles had secretly attacked him time and time again, almost killing him on several occasions. The hatred between them had long since reached a stage where they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Now that he was able to see Ashburn and Charles make a fool of themselves, Lawrence naturally felt extremely delighted, especially at this crucial moment. As long as Ashburn and Charles died, the entire Lancelot Empire would undoubtedly be under his control. Thinking of the scene of everyone submitting to him, Lawrence was so excited that his heartbeat quickened. Following Lawrence's cry of alarm, everyone hastily focused their gazes on the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. The scene within the crystal ball was still fixed on the land that had been severely damaged. In the sky above the desolated area, the malevolent-looking Han Shua was crazily roaring. The thick blood clouds around Han Shua emitted a dense smell of blood, churning unceasingly along with Han Shua's roars. A streak of red lightning suddenly flew out from the bottomless pit below, rapidly arriving in front of Han Shua. It was grabbed by the scarlet-eyed Han Shua. It was the murder weapon that had just unleashed such a terrifying attack, the Demon's Lair Edge. Once the overflowing ferocious Demon's Lair Edge entered Han Shua's large hand, a terrifying might spread out. Han Shua's scarlet-red eyes swept across the area and immediately charged in the direction of Sacred Knight Blunt. 100-meter-long scarlet-red sword light suddenly shot out from the Demon's Lair Edge. The scarlet-red sword light howled with ferocious spirits, as though it had a bizarre power, entangling a portion of the thick blood clouds in the surroundings. Han Shua was like a demon that had descended from another plane, wielding the Demon's Lair Edge as he charged towards Blunt with a malevolent expression. The Demon's Lair Edge in his hand swept away all obstacles in its way. As he flew, the Demon's Lair Edge swept horizontally, its terrifying power cleansing everything. Many of Ashburn's soldiers who were within 100 meters of Han Shua were affected. One by one, they were chopped into meat chunks by the 100-meter sword light. Blood rained down on the ground. As Han Shua flew over, the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. The sword light streaked across the ground, leaving behind deep ravines. Two saints, this what's going on? Grand Duke Ashburn looked at the fiendish Han Shua who was charging over with an unstoppable aura and asked Blunt and Earth's sacred Magus Dempus with a trembling voice. Han Shua's current aura was really too frightening. It was as though he was the strongest in the world. No one was able to resist him along the way. Those who dared to obstruct him were all destroyed under his 100-meter sword light. In just a short while, 500 of Ashburn's elite soldiers had died. These soldiers had been guarding Ashburn all along, and didn't participate in the ongoing battle. They were all death warriors that Ashburn had meticulously trained, spending a lot of Ashburn's gold coins and manpower. Every one of them was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. However, it was these death warriors that Ashburn trusted who were like paper in front of the crazy Han Shua. They were all easily slaughtered. Not a single person was able to withstand a single move from Han Shua. I don't know why, but this evil fellow's strength has suddenly skyrocketed. He seems to be able to borrow the strength of the dead that hasn't dispersed. Every strike is condensed with terrifying negative energy. I really don't know how he did it. Sacred Knight Blunt said to Ashburn with a heavy expression. What do we do? What should we do? He's charging over? Eldest Prince Charles was the most unbearable. His voice trembled as he screamed. He was obviously intimidated by Han Shua's malevolent appearance and terrifying strength. There's no other way. We can only retreat. Currently, no one can stop him. Earth's sacred Magus Dempus immediately replied. Although this decision made him feel incomparably sullen, he really had no other choice. What did the two of you say back then? You said that we wouldn't be afraid even if it's a sage rank expert. Now you can't even stop such a young fellow. You're too useless. Where else can I retreat to? If I leave Austin City, wouldn't all of our preparations be for naught? As Charles was trembling with fear, he was clearly somewhat hysterical, speaking incoherently. Charles, shut up. The two sages' judgment is absolutely not wrong. Calm down. Ashburn saw that the two sage rank experts' expressions were somewhat unsightly and hastily berated Charles. After being berated by Ashburn, Charles abruptly woke up with a start and didn't say a word. Two sages, Charles is still young and has somewhat lost his composure. Please don't take it to heart. We will listen to the two sages. Ashburn lectured Charles and immediately apologized to Blunt and Dempus. Even though Ashburn was the Grand Duke of Lancelot Empire, he still had to treat this kind of sage rank expert with caution. Furthermore, they currently needed to rely on two sage rank experts. If they were to anger these two people, then Ashburn and the others would be in an even more disadvantageous situation. Therefore, Ashburn had no choice but to apologize humbly. Sacred Knight Blunt coldly snorted, shooting a glance at the silent Charles and said, "Be more careful next time. I'm only helping you this time out of respect for my good friend Koss. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about your life and death. Charles was secretly hating in his heart, thinking that he would definitely teach Blunt a lesson after he gained power. However, he didn't dare to show any displeasure at this moment and had no choice but to nod in agreement with a smile. Lord Blunt, for the sake of the God of Light's radiance spreading throughout Lancelot Empire, please don't haggle over it. Lancelot Empire's Church of Light's Red Archbishop Cos smiled and said to Blunt, "Forget it. Everything is for the God of Light." Blunt lightly shouted and immediately said to Dempus, "You bring them away from here. I'll lure that fellow away. I can feel that this fellow's main target is me. It seems that he hates me for injuring him last time." "Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Take care." Dempus stared blankly for a moment before saying in admiration. Ashburn and Charles looked at each other. Charles cursed in his heart, thinking, since you know that his target is you, why do you still want to stay with us? Isn't this clearly trying to harm us? You old fart, you really aren't anything good. Cos, my old friend, I'll have to trouble you to stay with me. This fellow is a grand magus necromancer. Only the divine weapon revelation in your hands can render his undead army useless. Blunt said to Cos. Of course. Cos nodded in agreement. Chapter 427. After Blunt's speech, Dempus led Grand Duke Ashburn and Charles, as well as a group of experts protecting them, and rapidly retreated in a certain direction. Blunt, Cos, and a few temple knights and white priests of the Church of Light stayed together, heading in the opposite direction of Dempus and the others. Blunt's guess was completely correct. Currently in Han Shua's heart, he firmly remembered the holy aura on Blunt's body. Previously, when the Earth Elite zombie was injured, Han Shua's hatred was a sore point in Han Shua's heart. Before he entered demonization, he had already locked onto Blunt and set a target for him, not letting go. As expected, when Blunt, Cos, and the other followers of the Church of Light left in one direction, Han Shua flew over like a fiend. His eyes were fixed on Blunt, and he persistently chased after him. Dempus and the others, who originally planned to leave quickly, suddenly realized that Han Shua's target was really Blunt and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Under Ashburn's command, the group of people once again changed directions, circling around and returning to the center of the battlefield, continuing to command the battle that was in full swing. Han Shua, who had sunk into a state of bedevilment, moved as fast as lightning, bringing along a terrifying might as he chased after Blunt, Cos, and the others. He no longer cared about the lives of Ashburn and the others. Within the crystal ball, Forenza coldly snorted and said, "Ashburn is courting death. Even at this stage, he still can't determine the outcome of the battle. It seems that Blunt and those fellows from the Church of Light have met with trouble." Carell calmed down and said to Sabakas with a smile, "Yes, that's right. I originally planned to help Brian at any time. I didn't expect that kid to be so miraculous. It seems that we don't have to worry and just have to properly deal with Ashburn." Sabakas similarly heaved a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "In that case, there shouldn't be any problems with Brian?" Fanny was most worried about Han Shua's safety. She hesitated for a moment, still feeling uneasy. "Lass, we should be worried about those fellows being chased by Brian. I don't think we need to worry about that kid at all." All right, you can be at ease. Don't worry all day." Forenza consoled Fanny. Emily and Phoebe, on the other hand, had calm expressions. They were only astonished by Han Shua's exaggerated performance. Ever since the two women came into contact with Han Shua, they had never seen Han Shua suffer a loss. Han Shua had always brought them strong strength. Hence, they had a kind of blind trust in Han Shua from the bottom of their hearts. Fanny was different from them. Among the three women, Fanny was the first to get to know Han Shua. In the past, before Han Shua became stronger in the necromancy major, she still needed to stand up for Han Shua to solve some problems. This kind of deep-rooted impression wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. Even though Han Shua was now so frightening, Fanny was still worried for him. Just as everyone was looking at Han Shua with various emotions, the target of discussion, Han Shua, was fiercely glaring at Blunt's party. He had actually already caught up to Blunt and started to attack the followers of the Church of Light. Han Shuo stood in the midst of the churning blood clouds, wielding the demon's lair edge that was like a dragon. Every slash of his sword contained boundless might. The mages of the Church of Light on Kasa's side continuously formed defensive boundaries. Even Sacred Knight Blunt didn't dare to block the attacks by himself. A long and narrow bolt of red lightning struck down like a 100-meter-long twisting dragon, bringing with it a boundlessly ruthless baleful aura as it landed directly on the magic barrier set up by Kas and the other mages. A high-speed rotating wind barrier, a sparkling and translucent ice shield, a wall of fire burning with raging flames, and a sacred and gorgeous shield of light formed one after another above the heads of Kas and the others, forming a bizarre and dazzling scene. Blunt was in charge of the last layer of defense. His fighting aura that was mixed with divine power shot out dazzling golden rays from the golden spear in his hand. The group of followers of the Church of Light were all focused on the sky, as though they were facing a great enemy. They mustered all their strength to receive this attack that they couldn't dodge in time. Finally, the attack with the force of 1,000 caddies slammed onto the defensive boundaries set up by the Church of Light. As if the stars in the Milky Way had shattered, colorful and beautiful light spots shot out in all directions with ear-piercing deafening noises. The massive power carried with it an unparalleled madness and ruthlessness, as it destroyed 5 to 6 magic barriers of various elements in the blink of an eye. The magic boundaries that the mages had expended all their strength to set up were like paper in the face of this destructive force. They collapsed almost instantly upon contact, only stopping the destructive attack for a moment. The remaining power of the attack didn't diminish in the slightest as it continued to cleave down. Another 7 to 8 magic boundaries were torn into specks of light of various colors. Only when it encountered the shield of light, released by the Cardinal using the divine weapon Revelation, did a series of terrifying explosions truly reduce some of its ruthless power. Thump thump thump. Red Archbishop Kas, who had been bitterly releasing his mental strength to form the shield of light, couldn't resist and was forced to take 3 steps back. Finally, he fell on his butt, his head buzzing as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Lord Blunt, hurry!" Kas, who had caught his breath, screamed. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head. Crack! The sound of an eggshell shattering rang out. The shield of light that Kas had set up shattered, and the ferocious attack continued to rumble downwards. Sacred Knight Blunt shouted loudly. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling golden radiance that soared into the sky. A divine aura erupted from Blunt's body and converged into the golden spear in his hand. It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that shot towards Han Shua's attack. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of muffled thunderclaps came from the clear sky. Gold and blood-red colors intertwined, forming a magnificent spectacle. However, the terrifying power that came from the battle between the two experts was as terrifying as the eruption of a mountain torrent. Even the space seemed to be torn apart by cracks. A muffled groan came from Blunt's mouth. A frightening, ruthless energy suddenly surged into Blunt's body. The golden armor on Blunt's body emitted a pleasant tinkling sound. He suddenly felt as though his internal organs had been smashed by a giant hammer. His body couldn't help but stagger, and blood unknowingly flowed out from his mouth and nose. "Blunt is injured. What a frightening attack!" Corel shouted loudly with an indescribable excitement in his expression. Through the crystal ball in Sabaka's hands, Lawrence and the others could clearly see the situation. They could clearly see the blood flowing out from Blunt's mouth and nose. Those with sharp eyes like Corel, Sabaka's and the others even saw Blunt's body momentarily stagger unsteadily. Compared to Blunt's battered and exhausted state, the Demon Slayer Edge, who had just grasped the Demon Slayer Edge in his hand, still had a malevolent and terrifying expression. His scarlet pupils were filled with insanity, and he was callous and emotionless. He truly looked like a machine that only knew how to kill. Apart from his heavy panting, Han Shua's appearance didn't change at all. No signs of fatigue could be seen. Only the volume of the blood cloud he was in had shrunk, as though it had been blown away by the surging aura during the battle. Crazy Brian has really gone crazy. He actually injured a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights, had been silently observing the development of the situation. She finally couldn't help but exclaim softly. Having carried out missions in enemy countries all year round, Cecilia understood the terrifying strength of the sacred knights of the Church of Light better than anyone else. In the entire profound continent, the sacred knights of the Church of Light were the most powerful existences. Having roamed around various countries, Cecilia had heard many rumors about the sacred knights. She knew just how powerful these experts who had obtained God's blessing were. However, this kind of existence that looked down on the experts of various countries had actually been injured by the hands of a young man. If this matter were to spread, Han Shuo would immediately become a legend in the profound continent, and gloriously enter the ranks of the top experts of the profound continent. To Cecilia, Han Shuo's performance today could only be described as unimaginable. It was also from this moment onwards that Cecilia, who originally wanted to compete with Han Shuo, completely lost all thoughts of winning. Even though she was Sabaka's granddaughter, even though she was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, and even though she had always believed that she wasn't inferior to any youngster. But at this moment, Han Shuo's shocking performance completely overturned Cecilia's thoughts. It made her understand just how powerless she was to compete with Han Shuo. From this strike onwards, Brian's name will spread throughout the entire profound continent. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas looked at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the crystal ball, his expression solemn as he made his decision. Lord Blunt is injured. In contrast to the astonishment on Sabakas's side, the believers of the Church of Light on Blunt's side were shrouded in fear. Those believers constantly repeated this sentence, as though Blunt's injury meant that the mission this time was a complete failure. Their morale fell to rock bottom with the unceasing repetition of these words. Shut up. Those who aren't dead. Continue laying down the magical boundary. The next wave of attacks is about to descend. You fools, if you don't want to die, then immediately take action. Blunt, who had always been calm and unruffled, suddenly lost his composure and couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, these believers of the Church of Light didn't have the time to think about the difference in Blunt's tone. That was because the thick blood cloud above their heads had once again begun to churn and gather. They understood in their hearts that this was a sign that the demon above was about to make a move. Cough cough. Red Archbishop Kos coughed violently for a while before standing up shakily. He held the divine weapon Revelation in his hand and continued chanting incantations, becoming the first to deploy a magical boundary. Kos's heart was filled with bitterness. Even with his outstanding intelligence, he couldn't understand how Han Shuo's strength had increased so dramatically in such a short period of time. Han Shuo, who had been seriously injured by Blunt just a few days ago, displayed strength that couldn't be simply described with the word terrifying. Kos, who originally thought that victory in this coup in Asen City was within his grasp, now not only did he not have any confidence, his heart was also filled with a terrifying sense of dejection. This demon, I should have destroyed him the first time I met him. Kos sighed regretfully in his heart. When Kos started chanting incantations, those mages of the Church of Light who still had strength left had no choice but to continue chanting incantations and doing what they had just done in order to survive. When Han Shuo flew over just now, that frightening speed made them understand that if they didn't work together, they wouldn't be able to escape Han Shuo's pursuit. That was because Han Shuo's speed was even faster than their levitation spells. They didn't know if this kind of magical boundary would be as effective as before. However, in order to survive for a while longer, they didn't have much of a choice. They could only continue to act according to Blunt and Kos's instructions. As it turned out, their actions were correct. Han Shuo's next attack arrived as planned, but its power was clearly much weaker than the previous one. However, it still tore through the boundary set up by the mages and knocked Red Archbishop Kos unconscious once again. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had similarly blocked the attack, was blasted into the ground amidst a brilliant golden light. However, this attack was much weaker, but the lethality of this attack was much greater than the previous one. Not a single follower of the Church of Light was killed in that unparalleled attack, because they had all been blocked by the boundary and Blunt. However, even though the power of Han Shuo's attack had weakened, the followers of the Church of Light were all gravely injured from the previous attack. The defensive strength of the boundary this time was far from as firm and perfect as the previous one. The final result was that Red Archbishop Koss was knocked unconscious, and Sacred Knight Blunt's body was smashed into the ground. In addition, over 20 temple knights and white priests were minced into pieces by the blood-red sword rays. While the power of Han Shua's next attack was weakened, the time it took for it to brew was also shortened. Before those people could react, the blood-red sword rays no longer gathered into a single beam. Instead, they entangled the thick blood cloud and rained down like a rain of blood. For a moment, miserable wails and howls could be heard from below. Just as everyone was minding their own business, a blood-red cold light as thick as an arm fiercely pierced the body of Red Archbishop Koss, who had just fainted. The divine weapon in Koss's hand, Revelation, suddenly shone brightly. Shortly after, a ruthless and frightening aura suddenly emanated from Koss's body. When the followers of the Church of Light reacted, they suddenly discovered that Koss was bleeding from his 7 orifices and had lost all signs of life. The divine weapon Revelation in his hand had also dimmed. Chapter 428. Lord Koss, Lord Koss. A white priest near Koss suddenly shrieked. His lordship is dead, Lord Koss is dead. Another temple knight cried out involuntarily. His cry was so loud that it spread far and wide. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had a mouthful of fresh blood stuck in his throat, couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing this. He immediately spurted out the blood he had been suppressing. The originally shiny golden armor on Blunt's body was now like a tortoise's shell, full of cracks. It looked like it had been heavily injured in the previous attack. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Quickly hold Revelation properly. Blunt shouted from afar. Streaks of blood-red sword rays whizzed down like a rain of arrows. The remaining thick blood cloud that had been shrouding Han Shua's body was entangled by the streaks of sword rays, increasing the might of the streaks of blood rays, and turning them into lethal weapons to reap the lives of the Church of Light's followers below. Miserable howls rose and fell. Under the rain of streaks of blood rays, more than half of the Church of Light's followers were instantly killed or injured. Each and every one of them had their stomachs cut open. Even the sturdy armor worn by the temple knights couldn't withstand the piercing of the streaks of blood rays, causing them to fall into pools of blood one after another. Blunt yelled as he pulled his body out from the ground. He saw that a white priest had already obtained the divine weapon of the Church of Light, Revelation. The white priest brandished the golden spear in his hand and blocked a blood ray that was shooting at his back. Blunt's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky. Boundless hatred filled his heart. When the rain of blood rays and arrows finally subsided, there were only 30 or so followers of the Church of Light left around Blunt. This operation against the Lancelot Empire could be considered a complete failure. Even the person in charge of the Church of Light in the Lancelot Empire, Red Archbishop Koss, had been killed on the spot. The losses were far greater than Blunt had imagined. The thick blood clouds around Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky, had already disappeared. Han Shua, whose eyes were red and his expression was ferocious, had actually returned to normal. At this moment, he looked down at the devastation below with a cold expression and did not take any action. In Han Shua's hand, there was a crimson weapon with a scarlet edge. The bright red color came from the inside of the weapon's hilt, as if it had been soaked in blood for millions of years. A towering killing intent spread out from the weapon, giving people a feeling of fear. Blunt, you didn't expect this, did you? This is the price your Radiant Church should pay. From the beginning to the end, it was your Radiant Church that attacked me like a mad dog. I was only defending myself. Han Shua sneered at Blunt and continued, however, from today onwards, I will no longer passively wait for your attacks. I will destroy all the forces of the Church of Light one by one. However, you won't be able to see it. Evil heretic, the God of Light will not allow you to exist on this plane. I guarantee that you will die very soon. Blunt looked up at Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky, and said through clenched teeth. Han Shua shook his head with a mocking smile. He raised the Demon Slayer edge and shot towards Blunt, as if he wanted to behead Blunt on the spot. However, before Han Shua could approach Blunt, Blunt had already arrived in front of the disciple who had revelation at lightning speed. Blunt grabbed the divine weapon revelation with one hand. The golden armor on his body suddenly burst with dazzling golden light. A wave of divine energy enveloped Blunt and brought him soaring into the sky, shooting towards the distant horizon like a streak of golden light. He escaped. That sacred knight actually escaped. Cecilia, who was watching from afar through a crystal ball, cried out in disbelief. Blunt is injured, and his injuries are not light. It seems that Brian will leave him with an unforgettable impression for the rest of his life. Sacred Swordmaster Caroline said with certainty. In the Church of Light, it is impossible for an ordinary person to keep a sacred knight of Blunt's level. This is because the Church of Light will never allow them to be lost. If Blunt wanted to leave, he could have left from the beginning. However, he had been trying to protect Koss and those believers, and was confident that he could stop Brian. That was why he had delayed until now. Unfortunately, he was still unable to stop Brian and even sustained serious injuries in the end. However, from today onwards, the enmity between our Lancelot Empire and the Church of Light has been forged. It seems that there will be more troublesome matters in the future. The strongest empire in the entire profound continent is the Odin Empire. The Church of Light has an enormous influence in the Odin Empire. This time we might have to face the threat of the Odin Empire. Sabaka sighed softly, appearing to be somewhat worried about the future of the Lancelot Empire. That's hard to say. Madame Grace has prophesied that as long as Brian is in the Lancelot Empire, our empire will prosper for a long time. The current trajectory is playing out according to Madame Grace's prophecy. Look at the current situation of the empire. Isn't it all because of Brian's existence that a great change has occurred? Perhaps Brian will be like the demigod Ermite Cotton, and can bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire for hundreds of years. That's hard to say. I'm rather optimistic about him. In addition, the Odin Empire is very far from our Lancelot Empire. I don't believe that they can attack our Lancelot Empire from so far away. Sacred Swordmaster Caroline seemed to be in a good mood as he smiled and said to Sabakas, "What's there to be afraid of? So what if the army of the Odin Empire comes? I really want to meet the strongest army in the continent and see what's so powerful about them." Forenza, this war maniac, was instead somewhat eager to give it a try. It was obvious that he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. After hearing Caroline and Forenza's words, Sabakas recalled that the Odin Empire was indeed thousands of miles away from the Lancelot Empire, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he moved his fingers and the crystal ball in his hand rotated for a while. It slowly lost its luster and the scene inside also disappeared. At this moment, Han Shua was looking in the direction that Blunt escaped in astonishment, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Contrary to what Blunt had imagined, the current Han Shua was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Previously, Han Shua's strength was all due to the thick layer of blood cloud and the negative energy within the demon's layer edge. Now, the thick blood cloud that had always been lingering around Han Shua's body had completely disappeared. Even the negative energy within the demon's layer edge had started to go into hibernation. Therefore, the current Han Shua, who was powerless, only possessed the strength that he had when he launched a sneak attack on Blunt. If Blunt hadn't escaped in fear and calmed down to fight Han Shua to the death, he might not have been defeated by Han Shua. It was a pity that Han Shua's previous performance was too strong. After Blunt was injured, his confidence was shaken and he didn't even care about the remaining followers. He used his divine energy to activate the miraculous effect of the armor, and quickly fled the battlefield. After Blunt left, Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but cast his gaze on the remaining members of the Church of Light who were in despair. After seeing Koss killed and Blunt fleeing, and being frightened by Han Shua's previous performance, these people's faces were ashen. Under Han Shua's gaze, they were all in despair. After experiencing the Earth Elite Zombie's injury, Han Shua no longer had any mercy towards the Church of Light. He understood that the hatred between him and the Church of Light would never end until one of them was dead. Only when the Church of Light completely disappeared from the continent would he be able to live a peaceful life. When dealing with such fanatical and bigoted followers, the only way was to kill them all. After Blunt's departure, the remaining people were really just some shrimp soldiers. Given Han Shua's true strength, he could easily deal with them. Looking at the followers of the Church of Light below him with a sinister smile, Han Shua was about to say something when a white priest of the Church of Light suddenly started singing praises of the God of Light. After the white priest finished singing, he cried out in grief, "The God of Light will definitely purify our souls and avenge our humiliation today." Then, under Han Shua's gaze, starting from this white priest, the remaining members of the Church of Light committed suicide one after the other. What a bunch of people with *T in their brains. Religious beliefs are really harmful. Han Shua couldn't help but lament as he watched the followers of the Church of Light commit suicide one after another in front of him, knowing that they couldn't escape with their lives. Raising his head to look at the sky, Han Shua could sense the soaring killing intent that enveloped the entire Asan city. Although Han Shua had already absorbed a portion of it, the killing intent that had yet to dissipate was still very dense. This made Han Shua feel extremely refreshed. Currently, the two types of energy within Han Shua's Demon's Lair edge had miraculously returned to normal under the release of his demonic energy. The energy that had been purified had turned into pure negative energy and flowed into the Demon's Lair edge like a trickle of water. The Demon's Lair edge had once again returned to its natural state, becoming one with Han Shua's mind. Within Han Shua's body, the energy that he had previously absorbed using the giant vortex had already converged into the demon infant. It was just that it hadn't been completely absorbed yet. But overall, after releasing the chaotic energy, Han Shua was now completely relaxed. Not only did he not have to worry about losing his mind, he also didn't have to worry about the Demon's Lair edge and his body becoming chaotic again. Once his mind became clear, Han Shua immediately saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons. The defeat of Ashburn and the others in the northern city district was already very obvious. Even Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles could clearly see it and currently had plans to retreat. Under Ferencz's command and the cooperation of the other two princes, the other regions of Asan City that were further away had similarly achieved victory. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles's sudden coup this time could be considered a complete failure. A mystical demon roamed one round around the castle. Han Shua discovered that the people there were gathered together and discussing spiritedly. The target of their discussion was none other than him. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry because from their discussion, Han Shua discovered that his status had suddenly risen at an astonishing rate. On top of the clock tower, Balance's body was trembling incessantly, as though he was having an epileptic fit. Balance's face was flushed red, as though his body was no longer under his control. His eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before coming back to his senses. He inwardly cursed Balance for his recklessness and flew towards Balance at high speed. A blood-red rainbow streaked across the sky. With a loud whistling sound, Han Shua arrived in front of Balance. He stretched out his left hand and pressed against Balance's chest. With a sudden push, Balance, who was trembling as though having an epileptic fit, suddenly returned to normal. Cough, cough, like a drowning man who was suddenly able to breathe again. Balance's face was flushed red as he coughed violently. The killing intent in his eyes slowly faded. His left hand once again pressed against Balance's back. Without waiting for Balance to react, Han Shua extracted a portion of the chaotic killing intent in Balance's body and patted Balance's back with his large hand. Balance let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Then, his eyes finally returned to normal. He knelt at Han Shua's feet with a pale face and said, "Senior brother, thank you." Han Shua coldly snorted and said angrily, "I told you before I left that your body definitely can't withstand too much killing intent. I told you to stop the internal vortex in your body when you felt it was about right, but you just didn't listen. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid your body would have exploded in a moment. I'm sorry, senior brother. I was wrong." Balance was terrified as he apologized. He hurriedly said, "I was too greedy. I never thought that I could absorb this kind of killing intent to increase my strength. This time I finally came across this opportunity with great difficulty. I really couldn't suppress the excitement. I kept saying that I would let go after absorbing a little more, but I didn't want to stop. By the time I felt like my body was about to explode, my body was no longer listening to me. The temptation of this sudden increase in strength was something that Balance couldn't resist. Especially since this was the first time Balance had absorbed this kind of energy. The flames of greed couldn't be extinguished, which led to this result. Forget it. It's my fault for not reminding you. I saw that you are already old and felt that you should have the ability to control yourself. Sai, you must remember, our martial techniques are different from Do Chi training. Our martial techniques have great requirements on the strength of the body. Before your body can withstand it, you must not rashly absorb energy that you can't handle. Han Shuo sighed. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. From now on, I won't be so rash anymore. Balance truly recognized his own recklessness. He knelt in front of Han Shuo and accepted his mistake. Chapter 429. While Han Shuo was teaching Balance a lesson, Sabakas and the rest rushed over upon hearing the news. Brian, are you alright? Fanny looked tenderly at Han Shuo and was the first to ask. Han Shuo shook his head with a smile and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Emily and Phoebe were also looking at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes. To Emily and Phoebe, the person whom they had set their sights on displaying his invincible might was even happier than them being in the limelight. This was a woman's deep-rooted nature. Kid, you did well. Even Forenza praised Han Shuo. However, he immediately added, No matter how powerful you are, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will never let you off. Father, what are you talking about? Brian wouldn't dare to bully me. I'm still his teacher. Even if he's powerful now, he's still my student. After a few days, Fanny was obviously no longer reserved and appeared to be much more cheerful and lively. Seeing that Fanny revealed a smile when she saw Han Shuo, Forenza understood that Fanny's feelings for Han Shuo were indeed very deep. Seeing his daughter's sincere joy, Forenza didn't want to dampen her spirits. He laughed dryly and didn't continue to say anything. Brian, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. It seems that you didn't use your full strength during the previous sparring session. Kid, are you doing this because you think that I'm not worth your full strength? Sacred Swordmaster Corel pulled a long face and said with some displeasure. With a bitter smile, Han Shuo immediately explained, Mr. Corel, you've misunderstood. Previously, I was only able to injure Blunt because I had used other powers. My own strength is far inferior to Blunt's. You've also seen that layer of blood cloud that shrouded the sky was the power I relied on. Now that the power within that layer of blood cloud was completely released by me, I've been beaten back to my original form. Last time it wasn't that I held back, but that I really wasn't that powerful. Please don't misunderstand. So that's how it is. You can actually use the chaotic power within the blood cloud. This martial technique of yours is indeed very miraculous. Han Shuo said in astonishment. Just now, he was also pretending to be angry. In fact, he had faintly guessed in his heart and only wanted Han Shuo to personally confirm that. Balance had already stood up and was staring blankly at everyone's baffling conversation, not knowing what had happened. Seeing that Balance had a puzzled expression, Lawrence took the initiative to walk towards him. With a smile, he described Han Shuo's power to Balance. Lawrence was ineffably excited as he described, while Balance was incomparably shocked as he listened. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, feeling as if he was getting to know Han Shuo all over again. This wasn't the first time he had such a feeling. Only an expert of Balin's realm would understand how frightening Sacred Knight Blunt and Earth's Sacred Magus Dempus were. From Lawrence's description of how Han Shuo made the two sacred rank experts dodge one after another wherever he passed. In the end, Blunt was even injured by Han Shuo and had to flee far away. This had a huge impact on Balance. However, after the shock, Balin's heart was filled with excitement. To Balance, the more powerful Han Shuo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. This also meant that Han Shuo's martial technique truly possessed an incomparably miraculous power. Balance, who was currently practicing the martial technique that Han Shuo had imparted to him, would naturally be filled with anticipation for this martial technique. Everyone at this moment, the battle in the northern city district has yet to end. I think everyone should continue with their own matters. Han Shuo smiled as he spoke to the group of people who were chattering incessantly about his situation. Due to Han Shuo's previous performance being a little too exaggerated, in addition to the fact that the situation in the northern city district had already been settled, when Sabaka said that Han Shuo had returned to the castle, this group of people immediately swarmed over, wanting to figure out what was going on. The curiosity in their hearts was extremely great. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shuo with a slightly more peculiar gaze. Even Sabakas and Karel were much more amiable when they spoke to Han Shuo. This meant that they had acknowledged Han Shuo's strength. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Forenza was the first to lightly snort and said, "I'm only accompanying my daughter to take a look. This old man still has to command those idiots in battle. I won't be accompanying you." After saying that, Forenza straightforwardly turned around and left. "Lawrence, the situation in the northern city district has already been settled. It just so happens that I need to use this period of time to cultivate. However, there's something I want to tell you." Han Shuo looked at Lawrence with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Currently, Lawrence found Han Shuo pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He also understood that the reason he was able to stabilize the situation in Asan City and obtain the upper hand in the all-out battle was definitely due to Han Shuo. Therefore, when he heard that Han Shuo had something to say, Lawrence immediately smiled in a very cooperative manner and said, "Hey, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. You know that there's no need to be too polite between us." After hearing Lawrence's words, Han Shuo felt rather comfortable in his heart. After shooting a glance at Fanny, Amis and the rest, Han Shuo said in a deep voice, "I want to discuss this matter with you and the two saints in private." "Alright, let's get busy with our own matters. Everyone, let's go." One of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, Amis, said with an elegant smile and was the first to leave. As one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, with Amis taking the lead to leave, the people who were originally still there also left one by one with doubts. Even Emily and the other two also left under Han Shuo's signal. In the blink of an eye, those important people who were originally in the castle because of curiosity all left under Amis's signal. Only Han Shuo, Lawrence, Space Sacred Magus Sabakas and Sacred Swordmaster Karel remained in the clock tower. When those people were very far away from the clock tower, Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with some astonishment and asked, "Brian, what's the matter?" Space Sacred Magus Sabakas waved his hand and set up a spatial boundary, enveloping the area around the clock tower to prevent the conversation here from leaking out. He already faintly understood what Han Shuo wanted to discuss with Lawrence. Now that Ashburn and First Prince Charles in Asan City have already lost, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire. Previously, His Majesty and I had a secret discussion. You have always been curious about what His Majesty said to me. I feel that I can tell you now. Han Shuo looked at Lawrence seriously and said in a deep voice. Oh, Lawrence's curiosity was suddenly piqued. His eyes glistened as he looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Brian, what exactly did my royal father talk to you about? Why did His Majesty begin to fully support me the moment you walked out of the palace?" Glancing at Space Sacred Magus Sabakas, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Mr. Sabakas, I think you should know about this matter, right?" Sabakas nodded with a smile and said gently, "That's right, I do know about this matter." When Lawrence's puzzled gaze turned towards him, Sabakas explained, "The old astrologer, Madame Grace, predicted that whichever Prince Brian helped would be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire and bring new prosperity to the empire. It is only natural that you would become the lucky one because of your good relationship with Brian. Madame Grace has been making predictions for the Lancelot Empire for so many years, and has never disappointed His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty believes that you will become the new emperor and bring new prosperity to the empire. That is why he is supporting you with all his might." When Lawrence heard Sabaka's explanation, he looked at Han Shuo with a stunned expression. Only now did he understand that the reason he, the illegitimate son, had suddenly received so much attention was all due to Han Shuo's help. It wasn't that His Majesty had suddenly changed his mind and thought highly of him. For someone like Lawrence who only cared about results, he was clearly shocked when he heard Sabaka's words. He stared blankly at Han Shuo for a long time before taking a deep breath and sincerely saying to Han Shuo, "So that was the case. Brian, thank you. We are friends. Of course I will help you. In addition, only when you become the king of Lancelot Empire will the empire become more prosperous. I understand your ability. Really, you can bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire," Han Shuo said with a smile. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lawrence said, "It seems that I still need to rely on you. If I had listened to Mr. Sabaka's words before today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have taken it to heart. But after seeing your unstoppable momentum, I can't help but sigh in admiration of Madame Grace's foresight. It's true, Brian, you have boundless potential. When you were still a necromancy major student, I still remember your strength. Back then you became my punching bag for a few gold coins, and I could even beat you back then. But now, how long has it been? In less than 5 years you are already standing at the peak. Oh, you are only in your early 20s. No one can predict your future. I have to say that Madame Grace's prediction is indeed accurate. Everything is developing according to her predictions. It seems that the Lancelot Empire might really be as Madame Grace said. Because of Brian's existence, it will once again prosper for another 100 years. Sacred Swordmaster Corel couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. The future isn't set in stone. At least that's what I believe, Han Shuo said with a smile. Soon after, he withdrew his smile and said, however, when His Majesty the King agreed to help us with all his might, he made me agree to a condition. I thought I should tell you about it at this time. Brian, you are too polite. No matter what, we are friends. Moreover, I will rely on you more than you rely on me in the future. There is no need to beat around the bush between us. Lawrence's expression turned serious as he said to Han Shuo. From Sabaka's and Carol's narration, Lawrence also understood how important Han Shuo was to the Lancelot Empire. Only with the existence of such a character who could change the entire Lancelot Empire could his throne be stable, and the Lancelot Empire could become more prosperous. Grace had even revealed the future path to him at the cost of her life. He clearly understood how he should treat Han Shuo, this big tree that he needed to hug tightly. All right then, I will say it directly. His Majesty the King told me to promise him that no matter what, I must spare the lives of the 3 princes. Han Shuo looked at Lawrence and added, as a father, His Majesty the King doesn't wish for his 3 sons to die tragically in my hands. I promised him, but I must respect your opinion. Your Highness, this is also what His Majesty said to us. Sabaka looked at Lawrence with sparkling eyes and explained. Lawrence stared blankly and remained silent for a while before saying with a frown, Since this is father's final wish, I know what to do. However, I will exile or imprison Charles. As for the other 2, as long as they don't resist me, I will make them princes. I will not treat them unfairly. If it wasn't for the words of Han Shuo, Sabaka's, and the others, Lawrence would definitely exterminate Charles. After all, this Charles had hurt him the most. In Lawrence's heart, he had even thought of killing Charles cruelly with his own hands to compensate for the humiliation he had suffered in the past. However, now that Han Shuo and the 2 Saint rank experts had said so, in addition to the fact that this was his father's final wish, he had no choice but to let Charles live regardless of whether he was truly willing or not. However, it was unclear whether Lawrence would similarly humiliate Charles in order to survive. With Lawrence's assurance, Han Shuo also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Since you have said so, then I can rest assured. Now that Asen City has the peculiar assistance that I need for my cultivation, I think I will need at least 3 days to cultivate. Now that there are 2 saints and Lord Forenza in Asen City, I can see that Ashburn and the others have already reached the end of their road. I can rest assured and cultivate. Brian, you should properly cultivate. Your strength will make our Lancelot Empire even more aggressive. Lawrence immediately agreed with a smile. He understood what an expert who had transcended all restraints meant to a country. Back then, the appearance of the demigod Ermite Cotton allowed the Lancelot Empire to be established, allowing it to have 100 years of golden age. If Han Shuo could reach Ermite Cotton's height, He would similarly be able to bring the Lancelot Empire to new heights. Alright, this bell tower will be my training ground. You can all go and do your own things. I'll have to trouble you to tell Emily and the others not to disturb me. These few days will be very important to me. Han Shuo smiled as he drove Lawrence and the others away. After Lawrence and the other two left, Han Shuo closed his eyes and sensed the remnant energy of the deceased enveloping the entire Asen city. He had a look of enjoyment as he muttered to himself, "Whether I can truly break through to the next realm will depend on these few days." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.